Board of Supervisors for November 2nd, 2021. I'm going to invite our elected Sheriff Bill Pooley to the front of the room to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance. Morning, Sheriff. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. All right, so I will look to our board clerk, Ms. Heather Ryan, to read our public participation procedures. Then we'll move into our oral communications, which is the time for public to comment on items not on the agenda. Ms. Ryan.
Thank you. In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings are required for all attendees regardless of vaccination status. During the board meeting, citizens physically present who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are not present and wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. Option number 1, access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live or Comcast Cable 8. Option number 2, Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155. Or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Please note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the Access Tuolumne live stream and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Granicus live streaming through the county website is currently unavailable and pending a scheduled maintenance. Important public notice, pursuant to AB 361, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements: if you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Thank you very much. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the agenda. Public comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies, and no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time to make a personal investment in our community. So at this time, I'll invite folks in the room to come up to the lectern here, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Good morning.
Good morning. Jeff Musio, Courtney Musio, and Monty Musio with Hazy Bulldog Farms, a local cannabis company. I was coming today before you guys because we put together 1,140 signatures of individuals, no repeats. And what I asked these people to do is to sign their name, their address, and their profession. And a lot of people did all of the above. One thing I did make sure is every single one of these signatures are from people from our county. So this is a large percentage of people from our county. Our county is about 50,000 people. This is over 1,000 signatures, so we're talking more than 2% of the population. Has put together a set of signatures asking for cannabis to be allowed to be cultivated by Hazy Bulldog Farms. So this, not to be confused with open legalization for cannabis or anything else. So you can imagine how many more people are interested in getting jobs and would sign up for cannabis. But we have 1,140 signatures of people that are looking for Hazy Bulldog Farms to cultivate cannabis in Tuolumne County. The reason for that is it would open a lot of jobs, many opportunities for people here that they don't have, especially during COVID. A lot of these opportunities for good paying jobs have really dried up in the area, and we're poised and ready to take on every single one of those jobs. And I hope each one of you actually take a look at it. Because in these signatures, I'm going to read off some of the professions of people that did sign this. These are self-employed people, landscapers, construction workers, teachers, nurses and doctors, cooks, youth camp leaders, retired individuals, disabled vets, social workers, therapists, students, paralegals, fellow entrepreneurs, event planners, ammo specialists, personal shoppers, union workers, dental hygienists, teachers, artists, photographies, and content creators. What this indicates is these people are the everyday people that live in this county. I think this is a big representation of what the people in this county would like, and I've been advocating for this for 3 years. Don't confuse this with wanting dispensaries in the area. Excuse me. This is more for cultivation and possibly on that same site, manufacturing and distribution. A large part of the community would love this. I'd love to open up jobs. I'd love to open up ability for people to success in this world. Hazy Bulldog Farms is here for you guys, and we really want this to move forward. Our company is really having a hard time not vertically integrating, so I may not be asking much longer. Thank you very much, you guys. I'd like to turn this into you.
Sure. Please, right up to the front here.
Have a good day.
Thank you very much. And then before we move on, I think we have Supervisor Brandon on Zoom, correct? Can you hear us, Supervisor Brandon?
Yes, I can. That's correct.
Okay, thanks very much. Just wanted to make sure there was everybody knew that you had all 5 board members here with us today. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks very much.
I wanted to give you this book, The Dangerous Truth About Today's Marijuana, by Laura Stack, mother of a 19-year-old boy who died by suicide. In reading this book, I learned about high THC cannabis and dabbing, things every parent, teacher, and policymaker should know. 3 days before he died, Johnny Stack told his mother, "Mom, I just wanted you to know you were right. You were right all along. You told me marijuana would hurt my brain. Marijuana has ruined my mind and my life. I'm sorry. I love you." Before the 1990s, THC content in marijuana was 3 to 5%. Today, through selective breeding, THC content can be in the 30 to 40% range. It's not like yesterday. Dabs, also known as shatter and wax, can contain up to 99% THC. Likewise, vaping cartridges can have up to 99% THC content. Edibles can contain up to 1,000 milligrams of THC in a single candy bar. THC is proven to interfere with brain development. Research has shown human brains continue to develop until the mid to late 20s. Even one-time use of high THC pot during adolescence can permanently alter brain development and cause mental illness. Johnny Stack liked the feeling of being high, became a frequent user, became addicted, developed psychosis, and during a psychotic episode, ended his life. The book tells a compelling story, provides excellent research, exposes the addiction for profit industry, and has great ideas about government policy. I hope each of you will take the time to read this book. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, come on down. Good morning.
Thank you so much for opening up public comment. So just real quick, I work for Matheson Memorial Red Feather Clinic, and we have a clinic that is medication-assisted treatment for substance use disorders. And I am a new position. I'm an outreach worker and resource specialist. And also one of my main tasks is to help people that don't have insurance get enrolled in insurance through Medi-Cal generally. And I brought our brochures and flyers, and it's just, I would really like this to get out as much as possible in the county. And we take Medi-Cal and walk-ins, which is unusual. And we have a great doctor, Dr. King, and he prescribes all those medications, but we also have a substance use counselor and me as well, who helps with resources, so we're a whole person approach. And yeah, I think that's actually all, but where could I leave these?
You can bring them right to the front, and after you do that, what's the best way to get in contact with you? And if you'll drop those off and then come back up there. So if somebody wanted to use some of the services that you're providing, how would they get in contact with you?
So the number's on there, and I also have my number if I could write it down for somebody or somebody.
Okay, what is that?
It's 984-2058, and my name's Brianna Carter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brianna, and good to meet you. Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, heavens. Okay. Hi, my name is Amy Peterson, and I'm a parent of 2 high school students, a 5th-generation Tuolumne resident, and a teacher at Somerville High School. I'm here to speak on the Tuolumne County quarantine flow chart and the issues with testing in our county schools. I am directing all of the community's frustration with the chart and the testing to Dr. Sarjenko.
So if this is a COVID-related item, we actually do have that on the agenda
I
to
saw
speak
that, but
about
I didn't
today.
think this applied as much to what you're talking about.
Is
Do you want me to wait? I will.
If it's a COVID-related or mandate
Wait.
anything related to that, I would wait for that item.
Because there's some other things in it, so if
Okay.
that's okay that I do that during that time as well, that's great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have anyone else from the room that would like to speak on anything that's not on the agenda? Come on up.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kim Bunker, and I've been here before. This is regarding a large shed and construction materials thrown around at 21199 Ridgeview Drive. I have been in touch with the county. I filed a complaint back in May. I don't understand why this is a problem that isn't being easily resolved by having the neighbor move his shed. I found out that in the end of September, he was granted a 4-month continuance over what was going to happen with the shed. And this is just hard to believe, given that we had 2 surveys done. He had his own survey done. It is crystal clear where the county right-of-way ends and his property begins, and the shed is halfway on the county's right-of-way, and thus certainly not 15 feet back from his property line, which is where any building must be per the codes. Also, because he's running a construction business from his home, this is the place where he parks his trailer or brings his truck and loads and unloads things first thing early in the morning or any time at night. He creates noise and dust. And the shed, he moved it closer to the property I'm at than his own house. So he has everything. If the shed is moved, that moves the mess, the noise, everything moves with the shed. Now, when I asked them, how are you giving him 4 months? He put that shed up in a day. It's a tin shed that he just put there in a day. Why 4 months? They said, well, he needs a survey. I said, did he tell you that he had a survey? The surveyor was here. The survey was marking. I asked the surveyor if he was just doing our property line or if he was doing all 4, and he said he was doing all markers. I said, the surveyor was here. And he said, well, we're giving him time to get a survey, which sounds like he's shopping for a surveyor who's going to find some magic marker that is different than 3 surveys have shown. And so, and the other part is while this languishes, these people are unreasonable. I have here 9 sheriff's reports. Anytime I go there to be on not their property, far from their property line, but they move the shed so far over, it's close. Anytime I'm anywhere near the shed, they call the sheriff. And the sheriffs continue to say, there's nothing here, no crime, no trespassing, and it's a civil matter. And yet, this is how they're spending our taxpayers' money.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. That is the time limit, unfortunately. Have you spoken with our Public Works Director? I know that she's eager to talk to you, so.
Well, she had someone else call me,
Okay,
and he was the one who told me about the 4 months.
okay.
And he could, and then what happens then? What happens at the end of the 4 months? He gets another 4 months?
Well, our Public Works Director would like to speak to you about that, and I know that they do have a case open and that they're working on it, so if you want to work with her. Okay, okay. Okay, is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Supervisor Half, I think you had a. Good morning.
Well, good morning. I'm here to talk again about a big party that's happening tomorrow. For those of you who do not know, Christmas is coming to Sonora tomorrow. We have the U.S. Capitol Christmas tree that will be gracing us tomorrow between 5 and 7 at the Mother Lode County Fairgrounds. And the public is invited to come. Before the 5 o'clock hour, citizens may want to line up on Washington Street or Stockton Street to welcome the caravan in, because this 80-foot tree will be escorted in from the sheriff's posse on horseback and followed by the Sonora City fire engine with Santa in it, and then the county fire engine and the U.S. Forest Service fire engine. And somewhere in this procession, I believe, is Smokey the Bear as well. So there are flyers all around on Facebook, on Nextdoor. We had a citizen who comes to these meetings plaster them all over downtown, so we're hoping for a good crowd. Lots of things in store. It's a family event, very fun, something we can all rally around, so I hope to see everybody there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for those in the audience who don't know about it, there are flyers on the back table.
Thanks very much.
Good morning. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and I thought I would just remind everyone, since we've already had one snowfall, about the county's snow removal policy.
So this is a staff report?
Yes.
We're not quite there yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
Thanks very much. So is there phones that would like to speak? Okay. Okay, I'm getting the, so they've changed their mind and they've, I'm sorry? Oh, okay. All right, so if there's nobody else on the phones, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you very much, everyone that spoke today. And then we'll move on to staff reports. Good morning again, Ms. McFarland.
I'm sorry, I stepped out and I kind of missed where we were in the meeting, so I apologize. Yeah, so Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and I'm going to give you a brief update on our county snow removal policy. So the county does not have a bare pavement snow removal policy, so you can expect to see up to an inch on the road at times. During snowplow operations, a berm of snow is left in front of all driveways, and it is the responsibility of the property owner to clear the berm. Please don't push it back into the road. If you have a non-approved driveway encroachment or have left something in the shoulder, such as garbage cans, toys, basketball hoops, they could be damaged, and they are the responsibility of the property owner, not the county. Parking on the pavement or road shoulder is prohibited during snow removal operations. It is in our ordinance code. The shoulder is 10 feet from the edge of pavement for purposes of snow storage. So when we plow, we do need room in order for what we call crowding. There have been times when our plows cannot safely get by parked cars, and that has delayed plowing on the roads. Please keep children and animals from playing in the roadway or shoulder during snow removal operations. And during a storm, main roads and school bus routes are the priority. After that, the priority shifts to the following roads by volume: arterials, major collectors, minor collectors, and finally local residential roads. Remember that not all roads in the county are county maintained. Some are under the City of Sonora, some are private, managed by a county service area or permanent road division, and some are actually Forest Service roads. So if you are in doubt, just give us a call at 533-5601 and we'll let you know. And remember that the lower the snow, the greater the miles of roads requiring plowing, so please be patient. Snow at 5,000 feet elevation means 56 lane miles of plowing, but snow at 2,500 feet elevation, which is Sonora, means 756 lane miles. So if you want any more information on the snow removal policy, I have a copy here, or you can get it on our county website and just type in snow removal policy in the search bar. So, any questions?
No questions, just thank you. I'm sharing it with the Union Democrat and my mother-in-law to try and get the word out, because as you know, my district, it gets nuts. So thank you.
And parts of mine too. I think you and I get the most snow probably than District 4, and then, yeah.
Good
Morning.
morning. Good morning, Supervisor Campbell, members of the board, Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank the behavioral health team who really has embraced the vision that brought awareness to the behavioral health department in a way that was unique and impactful. Last week during their lunch hour, staff walked up and down Washington Street in inflatable costumes to bring joy, smiles, and most importantly, the awareness of mental health issues. I'm really proud of the entire public health too, behavioral health team, and really excited for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. On Friday, October 22nd, Governor Newsom proclaimed a state of emergency to exist in Tuolumne County due to the Washington fire. The proclamation enables Tuolumne County and the City of Sonora to access resources under the California Disaster Assistance Act to bolster our recovery efforts, support impacted residents by waiving fees to replace documents such as driver's license and birth certificates, extends consumer protections, and streamlines and expedites the removal of ash and debris, among other provisions. As a result of your board's request, the governor's proclamation comes with Phase 1 assistance. In Phase 1, the California Department of Toxic Substance Control, or DTSC, and its contractors, which are hazmat crews, will be inspecting the property and removing any household hazardous waste that may pose a threat to human health, animals, and the environment, such as batteries, asbestos siding, and paints. This phase is mandatory under local emergency declarations. Yesterday, DTSC, state contracts, county staff, myself, and others did a window shield assessment of the burn scar area. Today, crews will be actively removing the household hazardous waste within the Washington fire perimeter. Property owners were notified, and we ask all not to impede the work that is being currently done out there. We will be giving a full report and presentation on the next phase, or Phase 2, at your November 16th board meeting. Let me just say that while your board and the City of Sonora have requested debris removal as a part of the local emergency, the governor has yet to proclaim on the debris removal. We are continuing to work on that. We hope to have an update by the 16th. We will have the proclamation available to the public on our website, as well as information about Phase 1 that we are currently doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other staff reports? All right, we will close staff reports and move on to our consent calendar. I'll look to our board clerk, Ms. Ryan. Would you please read our items on consent today.
Yes, sir. Item number 1, approving the minutes of the October 19, 2021 meeting. Item number 2, waiving the second reading, adopting an ordinance adding Chapter 5.02 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, imposing a business license requirement, and repealing Chapter 5.08 for itinerant vendors and its associated fee in Chapter 3.40. Item number 3, appointing Serenity McWhorter and Tim Gillespie to the Commission on Aging, and with terms to expire December 31st, 2024. Item number 4, approving the plans, specifications, and bid book for the 2021 Tuolumne County Surface Treatment Project, contract numbers 1740, 1752, and 1753, and issuing a call for bids to be due on November 18th, 2021 at 2 p.m. Item number 5, appointing Serenity McWhorter to the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Council with a term to expire February 8, 2022. Item number 6, consideration of adopting Resolution 104-21, continuing the proclamation of a local state of emergency due to drought. Item number 7, approving the conversion of the purchasing clerk to purchasing assistant and approval of the class specification, pay range, and bargaining unit assignment. Item number 8, adopting subsequent Resolution 105-21, making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, Modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency. Item number 9, accepting disease intervention specialist DIS workforce funding from the California Department of Public Health to enhance mitigation efforts to reduce infectious disease in the amount of $106,838 and add 1 full-time program specialist for a 5th vote. Item number 10, consideration of adopting Resolution 110-21, continuing the local state of emergency in Tuolumne County due to existing and anticipated damages related to Washington Fire.
Okay, is there any board member that would like to pull an item?
Yes, Chairman Campbell, I'd like to pull item 2.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, and that was item 2 also, okay. All right, is there any other items? No? Would any board member like to comment on any item on the agenda? Okay. All right, so I'll look is there any public comment on the consent calendar, save item 2? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion on the consent with the exception of item number 2.
I'll move on consent calendar except for item 2.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Thank you very much. If we could have a roll call vote, then we'll go through this item.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Haff?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. Motion passes 5-0. All right, so would you, Ms. Ryan, would you please read item 2 from the consent calendar once more?
Yes. Item number 2, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance adding Chapter 5.02 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, imposing a business license requirement and repealing Chapter 5.08 for itinerant vendors and its associated fee and Chapter 3.40.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. Yes, so as your board knows, we're here for the second reading. I understand there may be some questions, some concerns, some potential rework of some things. So I suppose at this point I will kind of go through a couple items in the staff memo, just because your board had asked for some additional information at the last meeting when we did the first reading of the ordinance, particularly on the scope of what the ordinance includes, that it does include where business licenses are required, or according to the ordinance as it's written, business licenses would be required for all businesses within the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County, excepting short-term or other legally exempt businesses. And, broadly, what that means, as stated in the ordinance, is that no person shall operate or conduct at any location within the unincorporated area of the county a business, activity, or enterprise operating or engaging in manufacturing, fabricating, processing, assembly or repair, wholesaling or storage, lodging, agriculture, entertainment, service, retailing, educational, hospital, or other medical care, or business or professional office enterprise, home occupation, or facility to which members of the general public are invited. So, as we discussed, this is very broad language, and that's what your board had previously directed. But again, I understand there may be some interest in refining that a bit more, because in a bit more plain language, or some examples of what this means for businesses, is that retail and wholesale sales businesses would be required to have a license, as well as service businesses such as legal, repair, cleaning, marketing services. Delivery and transportation services would be required to have a license. Home-based businesses of any size, agriculture, as we discussed, commercial property rental, residential property rental, which includes vacation rentals and even subleasing. Educational businesses such as private schools, preschools, and homeschools serving children from outside the household who charge for their services. Out-of-county based businesses providing services in the county, storage facilities, and door-to-door soliciting. Now, those are just some more specific examples of who would be required to have a license. So as we've been discussing, for over a year now, the purpose of this program, it really is three main components: attraction and retention of businesses. So knowing what we currently have and maybe where there are some gaps that we could work to attract some businesses. Secondly would be business communication and outreach, being able to contact various businesses, types of businesses, to communicate with them, to outreach with them, to help assist them, provide them resources, etc. And then lastly, when there are state mandated inspection requirements for health and safety purposes, fire inspections, for example. Food facility inspections by environmental health is another example. We would have information on who exists in the county so that we could provide those inspections for the health and safety of our residents. So in order to meet those three goals of the program, we do continue as staff to recommend keeping the business license requirement broad and refrain from exemptions as much as possible. But knowing that your board wants to possibly limit the scope a bit, as your board is aware, we can make changes today, and then we can bring it back for a new first reading, and then a second reading. I know that your board has discussed the goal of implementing this by January 1st. If we do indeed make changes today, we will not be able to meet that timeline. It would probably be more like February 1st, just because of other competing priorities and some things that we have on our plate to get this done. But your board has lots of options to consider. You could do things like limiting the requirement for business license to those businesses that only have a principal place of business located in Tuolumne County. You could limit it to only those businesses that operate in the county for a limited period of time, or exempt, those businesses that are in the county only for a short period of time, 6 days per year, something like that. Anyway, lots of other exemptions and limitations potentially. Again, though, our recommendation always is to keep it as simple as possible, so that businesses truly can understand if they are required to have a license or not. And then, lastly, it's our recommendation as staff that your board not consider needs-based or income-based criteria, meening any business maybe that exceeds $10,000 a year in revenue, because that's going to be a increased burden on staff to kind of have to sort through all of those documents that businesses would have to submit to prove that they either are exempt or required to have the license. And so we just would request that your board really keep it streamlined and simple and really clear to the public to know who needs what. So a couple options for your board. You can, as is stated on the agenda today, waive the second reading and adopt an ordinance adding Chapter 5.02 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, imposing a business license requirement, and repealing Chapter 5.08 for itinerant vendors and its associated fee in Chapter 3.40. Or, as I mentioned, if your board wants to make any revisions, you can provide that direction to us as staff, and then we can come back for a new first reading on a revised ordinance, and then set a second reading after that. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Sharon would be first.
Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so I recommended or asked to have this item brought off of the consent agenda. I think there's been a lot of public discussion. And first, I just want to say thank you to staff who put in a ton of work on this, and I think have really followed what the board direction was on this item initially. I've had some discussions online with a number of people, and they brought up some considerations that I don't think we had adequately discussed. And this is in some of the language of how broad this may be applying. And I think the core concept is a good idea. I wouldn't have supported it in the first place. However, I do think that it needs to have a more detailed discussion about what this would mean for example, leasing rooms or houses in Tuolumne County, subcontractors through agencies, online sales, or at-home businesses that don't have a local customer base, or businesses not primarily in Tuolumne County who may only be doing one job here. For example, any number of the folks that we contract with at the county, even if it's on a one-time basis, may potentially then need to have to get a Tuolumne County business license as well. I think when, at least for me, we gave direction for this to not have exemptions, the idea was to try and make it simple, make it across the board as for industry. I think that it went beyond that, but true to the language, to really include almost any type of economic activity. For that reason, what I would recommend is we take this ordinance, work with staff, and form an ad hoc group, I think, to address some of those concerns. I know that a couple were brought up at the first reading, but we didn't want to move forward. And in discussions with legal counsel, I think it'd be more prudent to try and work on it now and get it right than to pass this and in a short period of time try to revise it.
Okay, so I had wanted to pull this also for a completely different reason. I have been in discussion with County Council to talk about, let me get my notes here. I'm going to start at the beginning, and then I'm going to ask Christopher Schmidt to kind of fill in the details. And I must apologize to staff. I know this must have been in the first reading, but I didn't see it. I went through with a fine-tooth comb for the second reading, and I found that in section 5.02.180, it talks about violation being deemed a misdemeanor and a criminal offense. Any person that violates the requirements. However, in section 5.02.130, it refers to those who have delinquent accounts being referred to County Council to initiate civil action. So we have criminal, we have civil. I was very confused. I am not in favor of creating a misdemeanor and having it be a criminal offense if somebody doesn't pay their business license. So I would ask Christopher Schmidt to speak on this specifically. Thank you.
Sure. Typically, our ordinances in our code are misdemeanors if they're violated, and that's by government code. But there is a choice that there must be a maximum penalty of either a misdemeanor or an infraction. If it's silent, it would be a misdemeanor. So if the board would want this ordinance to be less than a misdemeanor, the only other option would be an infraction. However, that does not mean it needs to be enforced as a criminal matter. In fact, it's not typical to be enforced as criminal matters for several reasons. The typical enforcement is, unless there's an administrative process in the ordinance, it's a demand letter, and then it moves on to civil court, potentially a small claim to collect penalties or an injunction. Then if staff felt it should be referred as a criminal matter, it could be referred to law enforcement. But it's rare because the case would have to meet a higher evidence standard beyond a reasonable doubt. There would have to be criminal intent. And then you have the district attorney who does have discretion whether or not to file a case. And then there are priorities for the district attorney also. So this is the reason why it's most typical to handle enforcement civilly first. And that's why there's the option in the ordinance to specify that. There is both an administrative process and civil process.
So we've already had this conversation prior to this meeting, and I would like to suggest to the board that we change, I don't know exactly how the wording would be, leave it up to county council, but we change this to an infraction. I don't think getting the DA's office involved in a criminal matter that they're probably not going to, they're going to spend time on deciding, weighing it and deciding, no, we're not going to prosecute anyway, is a waste of our staff time from our DA. And so I'd like to see it, be an infraction and enforced civilly.
If I could just add, a misdemeanor is punishable by a year in jail or $1,000 maximum. An infraction does not have jail time. It's a graduated penalty. First, second, and third violation, it's $100, $200, and $500. So those are the differences between the two. If your board wants to specify it's only an infraction, then the code also requires that there also be a provision for a hardship exemption for the penalty. So kind of like our code compliance ordinance, there would be an added provision for that. And of course, this isn't a clerical change, so this would require the first and second reading again.
Yeah, that's why I was apologizing, because what I'm suggesting, and I don't know if the rest of the board wants to do this or not, but if they do, it would require us to go back to a first reading again. So that is my recommendation, that we make it an infraction and not make it a criminal matter.
So just as, for example, if I build a deck on my house and I don't get any permits and somebody reports me, what does that fall under? I mean, if it was, a code violation, is that a misdemeanor or is that an infraction? Because I think that follows this 5.0 to 180 provision.
Are you talking about a code compliance violation?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's this is how most of the county violations are under this, where it's a violation deemed a misdemeanor. Is that correct?
Correct. Under the code compliance ordinance, it is punishable up to a misdemeanor.
Okay.
Of course, there are the administrative processes, notice of violation, the appeal rights, and civil enforcement.
Yeah.
It has the gamut, but of course, it has that required minimum maximum in there as a misdemeanor, and it's rare, if ever.
And that was going to be my next question. Are you aware of anyone being sent to county jail for building a deck without a permit?
No.
Okay. So the likelihood of this being applied to the fullest extent if somebody doesn't get a business license is pretty low, it sounds like.
Pretty low,
So,
yes. And that's to spare staff resources also. It's usually much easier to try to get compliance with lower levels of effort, such as a small claim or a letter. And that can go for some time until staff can move up those steps.
I'd like to remind our board that we're trying to also learn more about economic development in our county, and this will be a tool for us. And I don't think we should be holding our business community, no matter what sector they're in, as potential criminals if they don't fill out a form and don't register. So that's where I stand.
Well, but I'm trying
I
to make
wanted
the
to
point
agree
that
with Supervisor Half.
and I'm making the point that it's the same argument if you build a deck without a permit. You have the potential to be held as a criminal, but in practice, that's not what happens because there are these other tools to mitigate those types of. Anyway, if it's the symbolism part of it, then that's fine. But I just don't effectively see that it makes a difference in how it's going to be administered, because the point of this is to bring as much information in so that businesses have better tools to succeed. The point is not to penalize people or put people in jail for not filling out a form. So I guess I'm just confused.
I'd like to hear from the other supervisors on this.
Sure. I guess to county council or staff, how many ordinances does Tuolumne County have? All across the board that meet the misdemeanor criterion? Roughly.
Supervisor Goldenberg, I'm just looking, we have 18 titles in the ordinance code right now, and I would say the vast majority, when there are violations, they would be considered misdemeanors, and that's simply because the government code says it's either a misdemeanor or an infraction, and so when they were enacted, it's the board decided at the time to just sort of go with the basic minimum in the government code, which was the misdemeanor. I can tell you, for instance, on code compliance violations, the board gave specific direction that health and safety measures take priority over other types of enforcement, because there is discretion, right, for enforcement. And so the board sort of pulled out which ones were the most important. And then we have an entire process to do administrative enforcement that's set forth in code compliance. So the vast majority, while it might say misdemeanor, I can't think of a time that there has been misdemeanor cases. Not to say that would never happen, but it would usually be something extremely egregious, along with probably other underlying criminal law violations.
Okay, and thanks for the explanation. So each time an ordinance was adopted by board action, they essentially, if I'm hearing this correctly, had a choice on which path to take, whether to go with an infraction or a misdemeanor. And just to clarify, that's correct?
Correct. And some may not specify in the government code. By default, it's going to be a misdemeanor. So if the board wants it to be an infraction, that should be specific in the ordinance.
Okay. So in general, my thoughts on this, I understand we're not looking to try and make a large penalty out of this, but on the other hand, there does need to be repercussions. You know, if somebody fails to comply with an ordinance, whether we have it as a misdemeanor or an infraction, they should have something that we hold them to that. Personally, and I know Supervisor Brandon, brought up a couple of points about principal place of business in Tuolumne County. You could have a business that does a lot of business in Tuolumne County that is not registered here as their principal place, and I think they should be included in the ordinance. I'm not sure where the concern was, and perhaps Supervisor Brandon can answer the question as far as leasing rooms and housing. Is this related to like a property management company, or where is the concern in that area? Perhaps Supervisor Brandon, if you could explain.
Happy to, Supervisor Goldenberg. This was in a discussion I had with legal counsel. They can probably add it a little better. I think this is one of the sections in the ordinance that says lodging. as one of the businesses. And I had interpreted lodging to be, as you mentioned, property management, hotels, motels, that type of a facility. But potentially this also applies to somebody who is renting out a home, for example, which I don't think we would traditionally think of as a standard business, or somebody even renting out rooms. And that because it didn't have the specificity of what it exactly mentioned, that it could apply to that broadly. And I don't think that was the intent.
So, I guess my response to that would be that, so when we look at, renting out some of these things, and we look at the market, things like Airbnb or other vacation owner rentals, we're certainly looking at collecting TOT taxes, on them. So I don't necessarily, in essence, that still kind of spells, a business with me. But all this said, I would be in favor of reducing this to an infraction, as much as I hate to delay the process of getting this going. If that makes the business community, feel a little more comfortable, and my fellow supervisors, I'm not resistive to that. Obviously, we would have to start the first reading, second reading over again, which is unfortunate, but I appreciate Supervisor Happ with, admitting that we didn't catch this, to begin with, so that's okay. That's part of our process, right? So, but, I think, I guess one other question I would have, if we enact it and it takes a while, can we retroactively place it back to the first of the year? I'm just kind of wondering how that works, or do we start February 1st if that's the case, time-wise?
Supervisor Goldenberg, just to answer that one point, so the ordinance is effective 30 days after adoption, so we wouldn't be able to do retroactive.
Okay, all right. Well, it's not a big deal in my mind if we delay it a month or two. The important thing is that, we go down this path and get the process in place.
Supervisor Kirk.
Well, I was going to pull this item as well, but not for these reasons, but it kind of sounds like we're in a little bit of a pickle. I think Supervisor Campbell brought up a good point, which is our ordinance code. We have the discretion on enforcement. We were just talking about this with the trash issue. If this one issue alone is going to cause us to have to go back and do the first and second reading, I don't understand. We've spent so many meetings discussing this. The reason why I was going to pull this is because, as you guys know, I don't agree with a business license being mandated. I think it's a great tool that businesses can use. I know a lot of businesses that want them and that want to legitify their operation, and I support that. And I want it to be an option. But the reason why I don't support the business license is nothing new. I've been talking about this for years because the state doesn't mandate it, so I don't want to mandate it. But my concern is that we continually nitpick at this, and I don't want to keep wasting staff time. It's a just reason to alter it, but if at the end of the day we're never going to prosecute anybody, we're never going to charge anybody, because I tell you right now, I never would. We can't even get code compliance on trash violators. So I would just hate to see this come all the way back, go through a couple more readings for something that I don't think we're ever going to enforce. I think it's Supervisor Brendan brought up a lot of points that I brought up a year ago. I have a big concern with how we're going to actually police this and how we're going to actually enforce it, because we're not. So I think the only businesses that you're going to get to comply are ones who want to comply, and we're not going to have the time to go chasing businesses that don't want to. So I think for me, I feel like we're getting into the weeds a little too much. Again, I'm not for the business license because it's mandated, but I'm just speaking to the rest of the board members. I'm concerned that if we send this back, that next time we discuss it, we're going to find something else, and then we're going to send it back. And I mean, we've been doing this for a year and 3 or 4 months. So that's my concern, is I don't want to, I'm just concerned about not wasting, but continuing staff effort, when I think, just like the building codes, I have never seen anybody go after anybody who didn't get a deck permit the right way or something. I think there's So hopefully I'm making sense, but
Yeah.
that's kind of where I stand on it.
There is one more point.
Sure.
If I could add, if your board is considering dropping enforcement to an infraction, and that is that part of this ordinance is repealing Chapter 5.08 for itinerant vendors, such as door-to-door solicitors, that was administered by the Sheriff's Department. And so in addition to the reasons for the business license ordinance, there was also that added reason that the sheriff be allowed to still enforce through the business license ordinance those door-to-door solicitors that could be posing a problem for things like burglary. And the sheriff's here to talk if there's any concern about it being a misdemeanor or an infraction.
Sheriff?
I just want to give a bit of a different perspective. So what I have seen through my experience is you have folks who are not operating a business. They come into a neighborhood, they knock on the door, and say they're selling water. And what they typically do is peer into your house past you. They're looking for what you have in the house, how to make access to the house. Do you have a dog? Those types of things. And then a few days later, there's a burglary. Or if you're not home, then there's a burglary, because now they have an excuse to come up, knock on the door. If you're not home, they make entry into the home. So for us, it is a tool, or would be a tool per se, that if we have these complaints, we can stop an individual. Hey, you need to go down and get a business license if you're going to be out here selling things. Please go do that. If not, it is a misdemeanor, and we can take you to jail, because unfortunately people take advantage. I'm not for or against the business licenses per se, but it is my perspective. I've seen a lot of this in my career, and it would be a fantastic tool for us to use. So just a little bit of a different perspective.
So as a quick follow-up to that, I've personally seen the issues of elder abuse with the door-to-door, selling, going on as well, which is a huge issue in itself. So does that add a little more teeth, in that area as well?
Yep. I have an aunt that people came up, hey, we want to paint your fence, these types of things. They get into their house, they get into their backyard. Next thing you know, she's missing money out of her bank account. Checkbooks are stolen, things like that. So for us to be able to say, no, you can't be out soliciting, doing these things without a business license, it does help us. So.
Okay.
Just a different perspective.
Yes. Thank you very much, Sheriff. So let's open up for public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this from the community? Okay, anyone on the phones? All right, bring it back to the board. I guess I have to. I'm between Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Goldenberg. I really feel that this is we're getting a bit too far into the weeds, and that I think we have a really good staff that's perfectly capable of developing this business license, and Lord knows that they've put enough time into it, that I think it is in a good place. And I really, if like Supervisor Goldenberg said, I think if reducing the penalty to infraction will be an overture that will alleviate some of the lingering concerns of the business community, I'd be in favor of doing that. I really don't like the idea of excluding businesses, because I think the more businesses we exclude, the fewer businesses will be able to benefit from this. And this all came out of the CARES Act. Just to give a little perspective on where we started, we had the CARES Act. There was money coming in to help businesses. We didn't know which businesses were operating. We didn't know what they were doing. We didn't know which ones were struggling. We had people go out of business that could have benefited from CARES Act funding, and we didn't know because we had no way of connecting them. On the flip side, we had businesses that were already doing pretty well and didn't really need extra funding that received a large portion of these federal and state dollars that came in to help with COVID-19. So it's very unfair distribution of these business assistance funds, and we had no tools in our toolbox to make that more fair and help the businesses that really needed it. That's where this business license idea came from. We want to be able to help the people that need the help. And the other thing about kind of getting into the weeds on how this should operate is our county is kind of an outlier in that we don't have a business license. Most of our neighbors do. City of Sonora has a business license. Virtually every valley, county, and city has business licenses. We're not inventing the wheel. We are wholly using the work that many others and many others have had these conversations before we even came to this, and so we're standing on their shoulders and the good work that's been done before us. So I think we're at a point where it's not going to unduly burden our businesses. In fact, I think it's providing a really valuable resource to the businesses directly, and then also to the county for the economic development data that's going to be gathered. So the value of it and the value of making it broad so that we're not excluding any particular business sector, I think is central to the purpose of what we're trying to achieve.
So I do have one follow-up question. So if we leave it as is, as a misdemeanor, can you please explain, coming from county council, please, as far as the latitude, that the enforcing department, where this falls into, has in how they proceed if there was non-compliance? I mean, they certainly, and I think Supervisor Kirk had some good points in that, it's highly unlikely that our DA would be taking up some of these things. So if it's set at a misdemeanor, but they have the latitude to place a fine or something more towards the infraction, I'm just kind of trying to get a feel for how that sits.
As far as administration of the license, the clerk and county council would be working on the violations and imposing penalties, and including revenue and recovery for collection. So those departments would have discretion on how to enforce those. If it's referred in the unlikely event for criminal enforcement, it would go to law enforcement and the DA has discretion over that. And so we would defer to those departments on how they would do that.
Okay, and I appreciate that. With that thought in mind, though I understand the infraction issues and the concerns, but I think that we need to have our trust in our departments, as far as where they take this and whether they refer or not. So I would like to make a motion that we waive the second reading and pass this business license per staff recommendation.
I'll make a second. So I'll go ahead and see if there's a vote. So I have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Campbell. Could you please call the roll, Ms. Ryan?
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
It works out for you, but no, not a mandate, make it optional.
Supervisor Half?
No.
Supervisor Brandon?
No.
Okay, so motion fails.
With that, I'd also like to make a motion to table the item if potential, unless we're ending it right there, to actually discuss this and work on a new draft.
Okay, I have a motion to table.
Can we have some discussion? I don't want to bring this back another time after we have a first reading, so let's get everything out on the table. And as far as any other changes, because this next first and second reading, I want to be the last first and second reading.
Well, but anything short of waiving the second reading this time will require another first and second.
Right, and we've decided that right now.
Right. So,
So I'm s-
no matter what, this either dies right here, or we're going to have to start over with something different.
Then, if I may, I'd like to clarify my motion because you're correct. The current agenda item we have is the waiving of the second reading, which no longer exists because we are proposing to amend it. What I'm recommending is that we form an ad hoc group of 2 supervisors with staff to sit down and work on it. I think there's a lot of detailed language that needs to be discussed that doesn't necessarily need to take up time at the board meeting today.
Council, please clarify. 2 supervisors can meet with staff at any point in time. So my recommendation would be 2 supervisors meet with staff if this is not going to go through and get these details worked out. That way we're not having another 5, 6, 7, 8 meetings.
And I would kind of, I kind of think that a lot of that work has already been done. Correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, but have you had discussions with me? Have you had discussions with other board members about this? I think we've talked at length, each one of us, with you at one point or another about this. Do you think that it's necessary to form a committee to go over this ground again?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Sorry.
That's your board's decision.
apologies
I
for-
have definitely had discussions with each of you. However, clearly there's more discussion that your board wants to have or more changes or details that you want to work out. So I am absolutely going to defer to you and what you'd like to do.
So
You know,
I'm in agreement with Supervisor Haft that we should try to resolve whatever we can here and now. And so I would go back to the concern about infraction versus misdemeanor. If that's a point of contention, I guess my question would be, how do we bring this back as a first reading with agreement that we would move forward if it included that provision?
Yeah, and I think the rest of the work is fine. It's open enough, and hopefully we can give guidelines to the clerk when they administer this. If there are questions that come up from the public, they can help clarify that. I don't think we need to do it any further in the language of the ordinance. So I would just make that one change, and that's it. If there are other issues, we should really talk about them now. I don't want to have an ad hoc committee. I don't want to prolong this any longer than we've already done. So that's my feeling.
So, right, and so we have a motion on the floor, so just to remind everybody.
Okay.
To table this, but if there was a alternative motion, I'm working through how we can do it. Okay, if there's an alternative motion to put, pass a business license with the enforcement tool being infraction rather than misdemeanor, that could be an alternate motion.
Supervisor Campbell, can I just clarify that would
Sure.
be direction to staff to make a change to the ordinance
Yes.
and bring it back for
So-
a first reading? Okay.
Right, so the direction would be to change the enforcement tool from from misdemeanor to infraction. Staff would return with a first and second reading of that ordinance with those changes made, which we would then have a chance to vote on.
Well, we could do it that way, or we could vote on the first thing that came up and be done with it. The first motion. I'm fine either way.
So what I'm saying is that there would be a alternative motion to accomplish
I know.
the goal of what you were saying. So
I know. I get confused with alternate motions.
Yeah.
I'd rather just deal with it as it comes. And
So I believe that would be the way to proceed. I would make the motion to go with an alternative motion to reduce the penalty from a misdemeanor to infraction and direct staff to bring that back at our next board meeting, and otherwise keep everything else in place as it is currently written.
Okay, thank you. I'll look to staff. Does that suffice as a motion?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, a second by Supervisor Half. I'll look to Ms. Ryan. Could you please read the roll for us?
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
No.
Supervisor Haff?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
No.
Okay, so the motion's passed 3-0 with Supervisors Kirk and Brandon voting no. Okay. All right, so that takes us through our consent calendar. Thank you very much. Shall we take a break? Are you okay? Okay. So we have our 9 o'clock appointment. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:20. Do you mute off? Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to this meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for November 2nd. So we completed our consent agenda, and we're on to our first 9 o'clock appointment. And so we have Dr. Surjenko and our Public Health Director, Ms. Michelle Duquetta, and Rebecca Espino, our HHSA Coordinator.
9 a.m. presentation and planning status of the update, or status update of the novel coronavirus COVID-19.
Campbell. Oops, there we go. Members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. We're excited to have Dr. Surjenko with us today. We know the board and the community would really like to hear from the doctor. And as we know, the fight for COVID has been long, too long, and we appreciate Dr. Surjenko for staying by our side. I also want to say that I remain in awe of Dr. Surjenko's professionalism and unwavering dedication in serving our community. I also want to acknowledge the hard work and the perseverance of our public health team. They have been working 6 to 7 days a week for closing on 2 years, and their efforts are appreciated, and I can't think of doing this work without them. Today's presentation is information only. No board action is requested. And similar to last board meeting, any questions that cannot be answered today will be answered on the Public Health Facebook page. Thank you. Without further delay, Dr. Surjenko.
All right. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Eric Surjenko, Interim Health Officer. And I will mention that that's been going on for about 13 months now. So it has been, as Mrs. Fino says, a long haul. But as I briefed the board first time around as Interim Health Officer, we were looking at 18 months to 2 years. And we are really looking at 2 years as we make this move from pandemic to endemic. And I think I've talked about that to the board before. And I think it's not on the slides, but it's worth mentioning that at some point there will be enough incidents of disease or vaccination in the public that these waves will become smaller and smaller and eventually become an endemic disease. And then generations from now, it will be like some of the other coronaviruses that are out there that infect kids when they're young, and you don't see the extensive deaths and hospitalizations that you see in adults that we're seeing now, as well as disease in kids. So looking at our numbers today, we're continuing to see an increase in the number of cases, but truly within California and Tuolumne, we're at a plateau. We're not seeing the growth that we saw back in July or August, but we're not seeing the decline in cases that we have in the last month or so, where it's leveling out, and that's a concern to me. In terms of our current hospitalizations, we have 14 Tuolumne County residents that are hospitalized. Adventist Sonora reported that 14 patients are currently in the hospital with COVID. Another concern I have with that is that the age breakdown is not what we saw earlier in the pandemic. Rather, our ages, we have 2 people that are 30, 1 that is in their 40s, 3 that are in their 50s, 6 that are in their 60s, the rest are older than that. So we're continuing to see with the Delta variant, as contrasting with the earlier wave in January or when we started the pandemic a year and a half ago, we're seeing the younger population being impacted by this. Next. As our dashboard reflects, we're still seeing a number of new cases per day. If we look at ourselves in contrast with California as a whole, they're experiencing about 113 cases per 100,000 over a 7-day period. We're seeing about 3 times that with 390 cases per week over the last 7 days. The other concern I have is that our test positivity is 9.45% versus 2.4% for the state as a whole. That may indicate that we are actually missing cases because we're overusing or have not made available enough testing resources. That said, I think we have enough. It's just I'm wondering if we're missing cases. Next. So to put this in perspective, this is not the easiest perspective, but what I want to draw your attention to is the purple dotted line. For those of you who remember back to June 15th when the Blueprint for a Safer Economy was retired, that was the threshold we wanted to be below. We are the light blue line on this. There are a number of other counties that are represented on that slide as you're looking at it, San Joaquin Valley and adjacent jurisdictions. We are about 4 times higher than the threshold to go into the purple tier. So if we were looking at the old metrics, we would be way above that. If we use the CDC data tracker, we would be in their highest level. So regardless how you look at this, we're looking at a significant impact ongoing. That said, we're trending downwards still. If you look at that blue line, it's kind of creeping downwards. My concern is, and I draw your attention to the green line, which is Fresno. Fresno County has leveled off, and they're starting to go back up again. And when we look at hospitalizations, and we'll look at hospitalizations in a couple slides, they actually had as many patients that were COVID positive, not by per 100,000, not per capita, not by a rate. They had as many COVID patients as Los Angeles County did. Next. So the other thing I want to draw your attention to is how we look in contrast to other regions. So we're part of the San Joaquin Valley Public Health Consortium, which is the purple line. And this is cases per 100,000. So again, it's normalized so you can see how we are in contrast to other regions. And we're all coming down, but again, the greater Sacramento region is leveling off, and they're starting to see an increase in their demand for healthcare services. The other thing, though, I would draw your attention to here is the orange line, the bottom line, is the Bay Area. The Bay Area has been very active in using non-pharmaceutical interventions like mask mandates, like vaccine verification, and you can see that their peak of their epidemic curve was markedly earlier and markedly lower than other areas that have not done that level of non-pharmaceutical interventions. Next. This shows the benefit of vaccination in all 3 of these curves, and again, these are available on the COVID data dashboard. You can see that there is a 6.9 times reduction in infection, so the vaccine prevents disease. There's about a 10 times reduction in hospitalization, so it reduces hospitalization. And there's about a 16 times reduction in death. So again, the vaccine, even in the face of the Delta wave, is effective at reducing disease, reducing hospitalization, and reducing death. This is our hospitalized patients in Tuolumne County. As you can see, we're going back up again. We're at a point about 2 or 3 weeks ago where we actually thought we were going to catch a break. And then we saw another surge in the hospitalizations. And again, not unexpected, but we were expecting it later in the calendar year as we came back from the Christmas holidays. Next. This is, again, county level data. And this, of course, is from last week. So it's a little bit dated. At the peak over the last week, Tuolumne actually had 22 people hospitalized, again, down to 17 today. But what we've been looking at over the 3 or 4 weeks ago is this is actually continuing to go down. This is the first week, last week, where we were actually seeing cases leveling off that were being hospitalized or even going up. Next. So our primary issues or concerns that we're bringing forward to the board, we are seeing this leveling off rather than continuing to decline. The question is whether that will hold true or whether it's a blip. So again, as your public health team, we'll be monitoring that. That said, one thing that we did anticipate and did mention to the board is that we do anticipate that there will be post-Thanksgiving, post-Christmas, the potential for healthcare surge, families coming together, bubbles meeting, and mostly indoors as the weather becomes more inclement. The one thing that we avoided last year, because we were good about using non-pharmaceutical interventions, staying home when we're sick, things like that, is the twindemic of flu. Now, that said, the Southern Hemisphere flu season was still fairly mild. I hope that that is the case here, that we don't have a strain of flu that is virulent. If that's the case, we can probably avoid a twindemic, but we need to be aware that that's a potential. And I do encourage people to get vaccinated for flu as well as for COVID. As I've just done here, we will continue to message on the importance of vaccination. We continue to see positive data on that. Another concern that we've seen and we've messaged about is people that are symptomatic who are trying to muscle through it. They go to work sick, they go to school sick, they go to activities sick, and they get a number of other cases with that. When that happens in the workplace, when we have to quarantine a bunch of employees, that slows down productivity and hampers the economy. So some other things that we are doing, we continue to implement our vaccines. Booster shots are now available for the mRNA vaccines, Moderna and Pfizer. There are specific populations. For the Johnson & Johnson, essentially anybody who received that and is 2 months out from their initial shot is eligible for a booster. And regardless of the initial vaccine that you received, we've allowed, or it has been allowed, for mixing and matching, or the other fancy word is heterologous dosing. And actually, I feel the data is solid enough for those people who receive the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to recommend that you receive an mRNA vaccine, either a Moderna or Pfizer vaccine. The Moderna vaccine is slightly better than the Pfizer in boosting the J&J response. If a mRNA vaccine is not available for you, then a Johnson & Johnson as a second dose or as a booster still does provide a boost, just less so than the mRNA vaccines. The Pfizer vaccine in its pediatric dosing has been authorized by the FDA for 5 to 11-year-olds. Currently, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, is meeting in Atlanta. When they make a recommendation, that will go to the director of the CDC for her approval. And then one thing we will see is that as soon as that is approved, the eligible population will include the 5 to 11-year-old demographic, and so then we'll see our percentages on the dashboard change because that population will become included. But we will continue to work through public health as well as Adventist and other providers and our pharmacies to administer vaccines, including boosters and pediatric doses. And that's a quick run through. Pending your questions, and if I believe Michelle may have some more additional details on where our vaccines are going to be available. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, anyone who is eligible and interested in getting a booster or their initial series, vaccine series, can continue to make an appointment on myturn.ca.gov. If you have concerns or trouble getting online to do that, you can give our COVID call center a call and we'll help you through that, 533-7440. We are having a larger Moderna clinic next Saturday, the 13th. And appointments can be made on my turn, but we will also take walk-ins, and that will be at the Motherlode Fairgrounds. And I believe it's from 9 to 12 and then from 1 or 1:15 to 4 o'clock. And we will have some more information on that in our daily report today. And we did have a question regarding back to our case rate and what's going on. We are seeing quite a few cases in the schools, and then Supervisor Brandon had asked a specific question regarding something that we had announced a week or so ago about cases in 2 local care facilities. And we do have 2 active outbreaks at 2 care facilities, and there have been a total of 35 resident cases and 7 employee cases among the 2 facilities. According to our current investigations, there have been no new cases among employees or residents between October 24th and November 1st. The investigations and the coordination are ongoing, and we are aware of 9 deaths that were associated with those outbreaks. Our coordination efforts include our epi and infection prevention teams, working with those facilities and with the state healthcare acquired infections team. So I just wanted to provide that information as requested.
I was going to say, I also had 2 questions from Supervisor Kirk. I could either follow up on those now, or if I don't know if Supervisor Kirk wants to reframe that.
Ask questions? Okay. So thank you, Dr. Serjanko, Michelle, for being here. I kind of had just an icebreaker question regarding one of the data points on the PowerPoint, which you brought up. It was on, I think, slide number 8. When we're talking about healthcare surge, and then we have Tuolumne County right there, you had mentioned, and I knew this, but I kind of forgot, we get lumped in with like San Joaquin, those areas, correct? Is that correct?
I don't know if lumped is the right way of discussing it or thinking about it, but it's where do our patients flow to when we run out of beds or cannot take care of the patient with the services available at Adventist Sonora. So typically our patients flow down the hill towards Stockton, towards Modesto, sometimes Sacramento. But even with this level of activity, you'll see them going towards Stanford, other tertiary and quaternary care centers.
So when we talk about surge, are we talking about surge in the context of those areas as well, or specifically?
So right now, then let me make that clear, is we're not in surge. At this point, we're still seeing numbers that are manageable.
Right.
We aren't certainly anywhere like we were as a county at the beginning of the Delta variant back in August and into September. And as a region, this kind of reflects that, is that, again, we have available beds. Fresno's seeing a significant impact as a single county. And then in terms of a region that's an area of concern, but not yet in surge, is the greater Sacramento area. So again, not in surge, but we had modeling, and I mentioned it to the board previously, that we were probably going to make it through the end of the calendar year without going into surge. And then depending upon a number of variables, one is the emergence of a new variant, another is the availability of vaccinations for kids, whether or not we'd move into a surge in the new year, specifically around March. So again, things are moving a little bit faster, but we're not in surge.
Okay. And then one other question that comes to mind before I get into those questions that you're talking about is, we've a couple times we've discussed about going from the pandemic to the endemic stage. Have you seen any projections, or have you made any projections on when you think that era is going to take place? You think it's going to be this calendar year, next calendar year? Is there really any way to track?
Yeah, it's one of those crystal ball things.
Right.
And then the other thing I would say is it's not like there's this magic line that drops and says, okay, we're out of the pandemic.
I guess what would be the
Yeah, I think,
score that?
What we would want to look for is what happens with the next wave. Is it more of a wavelet than a wave? And I can't be more precise than that.
Okay.
It's sort of the look and feel, the demand for healthcare services. But I would anticipate, based upon history of previous pandemics, that yes, this would most likely happen in the next calendar year.
So there's a chance that in the next calendar year, the reasoning for an emergency would come to an end based on entering an endemic stage.
Correct. But as a good emergency manager will tell you, is that once your response is done, you still have recovery.
Right.
And leaving the emergency declaration in place during the recovery is also valuable. But I would defer to the emergency management experts on that.
Okay. So yeah, you did bring up two questions. And so what I did, just for anybody who's in the room, on September 7th, I think it was Dr. Serjanko, like a 6-hour conversation. It was a good conversation, and I'm glad we had it. But what I didn't want to do was spend 6 hours rehashing or doing that. So I had a couple questions at that board meeting regarding a few points of data that I'm going to bring up. And then I did have two in light of the kids, 5 to 11 who are going to be potentially now required to be vaccinated. I wanted to talk about that a little bit. But instead of me looking at those data points in those studies, I just wanted to briefly discuss them. So basically, there was two or three studies that I brought up from that discussion. One of them was CDC, and the effectiveness of the vaccines. I think at the bottom of that study, it said that for the vaccinated, the efficacy level had dropped down to 66%. And then the other study I had brought in was the UK study, which, again, there was numbers all over the place, but at the bottom of it, the conclusion was that it showed vaccinated deaths, and then it showed unvaccinated deaths, and the vaccinated deaths were basically twice as much. And so at that board meeting, my question was based on the efficacy level dropping of the vaccine, and based on what was happening in the UK, because they're about 4 or 5, 6 months ahead of us, is that where we are headed as a nation, as a state, as Tuolumne County? Are we potentially going to maybe see numbers like that? And then, so those were those two things. And then my follow-up question to that is in Israel, they are now starting to recognize natural immunity, because their study showed that it concluded that natural immunity confers longer lasting, stronger protection against infection, symptomatic disease, and hospitalization caused by a Delta variant. So now in the UK, they're actually talking about not requiring a vaccine passport, because they are now starting to recognize natural immunity. So are we hearing any discussion about natural immunity? Are we hearing any from your level? I know I talked to CDPH director about 6 weeks ago. He had hinted that would maybe go there in the future. We're still not there. So hopefully you can speak to those two studies and my question about natural immunity.
So let me start with the last question first and work backwards from there.
Sure.
And I shared this with Supervisor Half, and I apologize, I should have shared it with you, but she asked the question via email yesterday.
Okay.
The CDC yesterday came out with a statement on natural immunity that it goes out for at least 6 months. It's a good scientific briefing. I think everyone should take a look at it and digest it. But I think it sets the stage for the conversation. We know that in Europe, Germany, Spain, etc., just like you'd mentioned in Israel, recognition that a natural infection provides, most often, a robust immune response that is protective. And those nations recognize that. So the question is does the scientific brief that was released yesterday set the stage for that conversation to occur in the United States? I'm hopeful of that. Because to put that out there without having a conversation is kind of a dead end, and I don't appreciate that. The concern I have with natural immunity, looking at the data that's been provided, is I think consistently, and we've talked about this before, is that it's hard to say consistently a natural infection, what level of protection it provides. And looking at the data snapshot that was provided in the scientific brief, and looking at other data previously, is someone who's older than, say, about 65, and again, that's a good dividing line, is probably those people need a vaccination, bottom line, to provide a level of protection that's necessary. Younger that, maybe not so much. And then certainly what we talked about last time, both on the Israeli data, but with other studies that have come up, is that if you have a natural infection, having a single dose of an mRNA vaccine boosts that natural immunity you already have, and it's probably the most way of reducing your risk, of reducing your likelihood of getting either disease, hospitalization, death, all those things that we look for a benefit from a vaccine for. It really layers on that protection in addition to the natural infection. Then shifting gears to the two previous questions, with the MMWR that talked about the vaccine effectiveness, I think the authors there actually pointed out, smaller data set, early on data, case finding, et cetera. I think given the 2 months that have elapsed since then, we have better data. We're still showing, again, vaccine effectiveness data from the state of California, reduction in death. Vaccine effectiveness about 93% against infection about 88%. So even with the Delta variant, we're still seeing that the majority of vaccines the vaccine effectiveness is not diminished that greatly. We are monitoring, though, another, it's always another variant. And this one is the Gamma 4.2 is a version of the Delta and seeing if it transmits more effectively against vaccines. But that's a question that has not yet been answered. And then the last one, the UK data, this is an important part of looking at both the numerator and the denominator, and looking at it by subgroup analysis. So if you broke it down, and you are correct, is there were more fatalities, more dead people, if you will, in the vaccinated group. But if you looked at by both age and by vaccine versus unvaccinated, and that's what they did but didn't do the math for you, is if you looked at the vaccinated who are greater than 50, there were 652 deaths out of 32,825 cases, which gives you a case fatality rate of about 1.9%. Conversely, if you looked at the unvaccinated greater than 50, there were 318 deaths out of 4,885 cases with a case fatality rate of 4.45%. So even with that, I won't say extreme of age, but those who are greater than 50, you're more likely twice as likely, or almost 2.5 times more likely to die if you were unvaccinated. If you looked at the less than 50, it was pretty equal within error of measurement of error. And so I think that answers that question. And I did want to look at the UK data and see how it evolved over the last 2 months, but that's on my to-do list.
So let me, kind of like you did, because it's closer in my mind, start backwards. Based on the UK thing, it kind of goes to my point where we're saying there's a 1.9% for vaccinated death rate, and then for unvaccinated 4.45, which obviously if you're vaccinated, there's, again, I mean, the data shows in our own graphs here, if you're vaccinated, the chances of death greatly drop. But in the UK study, 1.9 for vaccinated, 4.45 for unvaccinated, doesn't it kind of, again, confirm the point that the vaccine isn't necessarily the silver bullet, that there is some efficacy levels where it's not going to be it's not going to stop the spread, it's not going to stop all deaths, it's going to help, but it's not like the measles vaccine where it's carries a much stronger ability to protect lives.
Correct, and I think that's true for you can look at a spectrum of vaccine and vaccine effectiveness. A smallpox vaccine is essentially 100% protective against death. The flu vaccine, I get ecstatic if I have a flu vaccine that has a 45 to 50% vaccine effectiveness.
Right.
And so you're looking at a spectrum of vaccines, and the coronavirus vaccine is one that falls not up at the MMR range, but still really darn good.
Right. And I think I want people to understand me and I want to make it really clear, I never started pushing back or presenting data like this until the mandate came that you have to get vaccinated. Because when the mandate came, that's when I felt like I as a citizen, I as a father, a parent for kids, I no longer had that ability to make a decision. So as a policymaker, although I support the data on get the vaccine because please don't cut me off.
Well,
No.
We're talking about schools now, and that's
No,
not
we're going to go into that in a minute.
Well, no, that is
Brian,
not
why are
on
you
the
interrupting?
agenda.
Please don't interrupt me.
Schools is not on the agenda. It's a county public health
as a
presentation.
policy decision maker, when I see numbers like 1.9 versus 4.45, it helps. It's just hard for me to mandate. That's not you. That's as a policy. That's what I don't get with politics at the state and federal level. You brought up measles, where measles is the mobility for measles, the death rate for measles is 30%, whereas COVID is 1%. It's on I have the link for it. So, anyways, thank you for clarifying that on the CDC effectiveness. You mentioned that there's data since we had that presentation shows the efficacy level is stronger than that now.
Correct.
And I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you said like around the 85%?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, for prevention against disease, and then again, prevention against death, about 93%.
Is it the same database?
No, so this is actually the California state data.
California
so looking
state
at stuff closer to home, if you will. And we've got too small of a population to really do a vaccine effectiveness without really broad confidence intervals. I'm thinking in my head if that could be yeah, it's just be too small of a number and too big of a confidence interval.
Is there any way I could get like the link to that just so I could?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's actually publicly available, I think.
Okay. So I'll follow up with you on that. Okay, so the last thing, I only want to talk about two more things because I don't want to take up too much time. I don't know if you, Michelle, if you guys want to, Heather, could you give this to them? It's just two links. If you want to pull it up, you can. You don't have to, but I was going to talk about these two items regarding Pfizer and then regarding vaccine trends. And then that's basically it. So, okay, you'll bring it up. Thank you.
Oh, you have to look at it too, actually.
What is this now?
I have questions regarding Pfizer. Pfizer vaccine. So I'm getting a lot of parents reach out to me regarding schools and the new mandates that are coming with 5 to 11-year-olds. So I went on to the Pfizer website. If you go to page 9 of the PDF, which is actually page 8, so right, go down a little bit more. Okay, no, up page 9, up one more, keep going, and it's in the first bullet of that page right there. So the first bullet, it talks about, so this is the safe, this is, for me as a parent, I look at this. This is the safety data done for the Pfizer vaccine for kids 5 to 11. They did a 2-month study. They have 2,250 participants, 1,518 vaccine recipients, and 750 of the 2,250 were placebo. So when I look at this, and we're talking about the safety of this, and this goes back to my argument back on the 7th of a lot of parents, a lot of people just kind of want that 1-year period to see the VAERS report, see, get the kinks worked out, see what the reporting is going to be for those who receive the vaccine. But as a parent, when I look at this, and we have 15 million doses being shipped out right now to kids across the United States. This data is telling me that only 2,500 participants and only 1,500 kids were vaccinated. As a parent, there's no way in hell that I'm going to do a vaccine on my child with that data. So am I misinterpreting this in any way?
I have this. How is any of this in any way germane to the report that we just saw from Public Health? It didn't include any of this.
So my question is, as a policymaker, are we going to enforce?
We're not.
Because this
you
is
need
coming.
to take this up with the superintendent of schools. This is not our area of enforcement.
So my question is that a valid safety study? Is that a safe safety study?
So I think it's adequately. So the question is not, is it a big enough number? Is it an adequately powered, and does it represent the population that's at risk? And the answer is largely yes. I think that what would be informative for you, for your constituents, is actually to look at because this is taped, publicly available, the VRPAC, and actually I think looking at the ACIP proceedings right now would also be informative, is look at the discussion they had around the safety, about the concerns about myocarditis. It was a in-depth and frank discussion amongst the experts about myocarditis, about the safety of this, or about the numbers associated with this. And I think that they landed at a good place. They voted 17-0 that this was a vaccine that the expansion of the EUA, the emergency use authorization, to 5 to 11, the safety data was there. That said, and this gets to your point, Supervisor Kirk, is they spoke out or discussed mandates. And again, the group at the VRPAC said, well, this is something that they would rather have people know that this is a safe vaccine, an effective vaccine, rather than mandating it. And then the last point I'll make, not to do with this data, but more feedback to the statement by the governor, is all we have at this point is a press release and nothing else. And so it's hard for you as a policymaker, or for that matter, the school boards or the superintendent, to make a decision based upon a press conference. And so I would caution or ask patience until we get something firmer that can be acted upon.
So subsequent studies or discussions after this study.
Yeah, so I would just go to the discussion last week from the VRPAC and look at their slide deck, look at their information.
Okay. That's fair enough. And the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because I don't want to be behind the ball. We waited until it was mandated, but we know it's coming. But I believe we know it's coming. So I take your point, Supervisor Campbell, that maybe this has to be a discussion with Superintendent of Schools. But as we all know, she'll do what Public Health directs. So that's why I'm asking Dr. Surjenko. My only other thing to bring up, and then we're done. It should take 2 minutes. Is kind of just to that point of the mandates, that second link. If you bring up that second link, it shows trends. And this this is more for the board, if you want to bring it up.
As fast as her fingers will fly.
No, she's doing great.
Actually, if you just go to the data tracker and you can link to it. Yeah.
So if you scroll down, I think that was it right there.
Yeah.
It says daily count of total doses administered. So I found this interesting when I was doing my research, because it appears that as people get infected, as there's deaths, as people around them, family members, friends, as they get infected, the vaccination rates are going up. More people tend to get more doses. Is that a correct interpretation of that? As there's more cases, there's more doses of the vaccine.
So I think I would urge caution with that. Is that associating a correlation with causation is the challenge here.
Okay.
Because I could equally say during the same time period in the last month and a half, there's been a federal mandate. Mm-hmm. So federal employees, as of the 22nd, 21st of November, need to be fully vaccinated. So that's a burst there. Right. There's a mandate for healthcare workers, people who had not gotten vaccinated before, getting vaccinated. So it may be the Delta variant, the surge associated with that, or it may be the mandates and the guidance that comes from that. So don't know.
Well, what I wanted to show the board was, it's funny how politicians get involved and they create mandates when it looks like everything was working. People were getting vaccinated as they chose to get vaccinated. I don't see in there how, with a population in the United States of 340, 50 million, whatever it is, how a couple 100,000 mandates for federal employees or healthcare workers, whatever that number is, it doesn't appear to do any justice when, to me, people are getting vaccinated as things move. So I think the whole mandate thing was political. I think it's a joke, and I just wanted to point that out to the board based on this data from CDC. So that's it for my questions. I know it sounds like some of the other board members are annoyed that I ask questions, but again, I just want to remind this board and remind the public and Dr. Surjenko, I know sometimes it probably feels like I'm coming at you, but it's because I trust, but I verify. I have questions. I have constituents. When we look back on history, I don't see the requirement for mandates. And I think we're going to hit a big wall if this stuff gets mandated on our kids. And I just want people to be informed and make their own informed decisions. So I appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to look at those studies. I don't want to undermine what you guys are doing. I just simply, I just want to have the ability to make decisions for myself and my family and present that to the public as they present it to me. So, so thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 3 things. One was from the last meeting where we were hoping that you would be here, but we understand that Mariposa County needed you more. Something was going on. This question comes from there because I was questioning how many deaths per 100,000 does it take to make a pandemic? And I did a little research. For the Spanish flu, it's 6.4 per 100,000. For the bubonic plague, it was 4.2. For HIV, it was 4.4. And this is all worldwide figures. And for COVID, it hovers somewhere around 1 point something and 2. So I'm just wondering, is there a line? Is there a number per 100,000 that we can go by in determining, appears because they're calling it a pandemic, it must be 2 per 100,000. So I'm just curious as to what you know about this.
So let's go back to what a definition of a pandemic is. It has nothing to do with death. It has to do with illness.
Okay.
So if you think about pan is Greek for everywhere, demic, disease, everywhere disease. So if you have a disease process that rapidly spreads around the world, whether it's the bubonic plague, the Justinian plague, the plague of 1890, Spanish flu, all of those, as does COVID, spreads around the world. In our case, it spread fairly rapidly. If you'll remember, we first know of cases in early December in 2019. By the first quarter of 2020, it was around the world. So that's what defines a pandemic. In terms of severity, a public health emergency of international concern, or FEIC, is a pandemic that has a health burden. And I think, and this is just me, is that the question is not how much death, it's how much of a burden on the healthcare system is it. So if you go back to the slides where we're talking about going, and you don't need to, Michelle, if you look at the slides and we're going back to where our nurses, our doctors, our respiratory therapists, our laboratory technicians, everyone who's associated with healthcare is maximizing their workload, and you have patients that aren't getting taken care of. When you're in surge, that's where a pandemic becomes concerning. And we've seen that several times already during this pandemic, and we may see it again. So that's kind of the question of, when do I get concerned? When should we be concerned as a government about disease? Is when it strains any number of our sectors, including economic, healthcare, et cetera. The question about when to go from a pandemic to endemic is a different one, but I think, as I mentioned to Supervisor Kirk or the rest of the board, that's something, again, you can't immediately say, schwack, we're there. It's, okay, are we seeing less of an impact on the healthcare system? Are we seeing less of an impact on the economy? Are we transitioning from response and into recovery?
Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you. Because I couldn't find a definition anywhere. So my next one is more or less of a statement. So it's real quick. We were talking about natural immunity earlier, and it appears with 7,367 cases and a population of 54,660, our percentage of people who have recovered roughly is about 13%. So that added to whatever effectiveness that we've gotten from the shots, I don't know where we are in that, what percentage that is. It just seems like it should be adding to our ability to, at some point in the very near future, maybe early next year, get to the tipping point and get over this. Would that be?
At some point that will happen, yes. At some point you'll have enough people that have either got natural immunity or who have been vaccinated. And yeah, that's kind of going back to the original, not the original conversation, but a conversation back in 2020 where we were talking about herd immunity and how many people you need to have vaccinated. And it's vaccinated or natural immunity. And the question is again, the burden of disease and taking care of people who are sick and having the ability to do that. But I agree, sometime we'll see, but hopefully in the next year.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Okay, the last one deals with slide 10. So if, Michelle, can you go to slide 10, please? And I'm sorry, with all due respect to our board chair, it is on this slide about Pfizer receiving authorization for 5 to 11-year-olds. And my question does have to do with that. And I have been getting a lot of calls from parents and a lot of emails from parents of kids that are in school and wanting to know what to do. And I tell them each time that this is not something that our board has purview over, that they should go to their school boards and speak to the school trustee, the school boards basically, because they have jurisdiction. But I do know something that makes me curious, and that is the emergency use authorization for any of these vaccines is not expected to be lifted until 2023 or 24. So I'm not sure how Pfizer has been authorized and how the state, specifically our governor, can say this will be mandated by July of 22. So can you kind of clarify that, please?
So I think it goes back to what I said moments ago in response to a question by Supervisor Kirk, is that given that we only have a press conference, which was very brief, and that's the extent of public information we have on the plans, and I have no further information, and I don't honestly think that CDPH does either, is, it's hard for us to make, it's hard for you as the board to make any policy decision in the absence of an established policy at the state level or the federal level. Recognizing that, I think the earliest we need to be concerned, and that's why I appreciate your minding it, but I don't think I would put a lot of resources and energy into it, is, I think the earliest that we'll see it go from an EUA to full approval for an age range that involves school children is going to be in July. But it may be longer than that, especially for, again, the 5 to 11-year-olds will probably gained EUA expansion, and will probably gain a ACEP recommendation and CDC approval later today or tomorrow. So again, it's a process that Supervisor Kirk referred to, is that if you look at the population right now, about 50% of parents say, I'm going to go ahead and vaccinate my kids. Some of those are a wait and see, right? So say about, of those kids, or the parents will say, I'm going to vaccinate my kids. Some are like, I'm going to do it right now. About a third of the population. About 16% of the population saying, okay, we're going to do a wait and see approach. There's going to be people who delay and do a wait and see, but may not get vaccinated, and there's people who won't be vaccinated at all. So again, the time between now and then will allow that to play out. And again, I would look at the slide deck that's available publicly for the ACIP meeting that's happening right now, because there's a lot of good information on, again, uptake in populations, but also talking about that risk discussion as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thanks for the presentation. A lot of information, as always. I have a couple of questions. Where are we sitting now as far as vaccinations in, let's say, our 18 through 40s group?
So I'm going to turn to Michelle for that, because she has that handy.
This is the state's COVID-19 website, covid19.ca.gov. They have a lot of data dashboards there. Anyone can go to the vaccination progress data and view statewide information. Or
Yeah,
here,
I'm really looking for Tuolumne County.
right, I'm getting
Okay.
to right here. You
All right,
can click any county, and so you just click Tuolumne here, and you can view by age group. So here
Okay.
you can see that the percentage of fully vaccinated is the dark blue line in the various age groups, 65 and over. 50 to 64 age group is about 66%. And the 18 to 49 group, we're still down around 38% here.
Okay, so in looking at that, and leaving aside the child vaccination issue entirely at this point, right? Whether it be the 5 to 11, 12 to 17, but looking at this 18 to 49 group, 38%. So month of October, and it was in your initial slide, over 700 new cases and 19 deaths. Admittedly, some of those deaths could have, come from September just due to the lag in reporting, and I understand that. That's still a huge impact, that amount of cases, that amount of deaths in 1 month. And I'm just wondering how contributory that 18 to 49 group was in directly causing these stats to go to those levels.
So, we'll get you more detailed, but if you look again at who's hospitalized today, in that 18 to 50 demographic is about a third of the patients that are hospitalized today at Adventist. We've had deaths, again, associated in that range, and prolonged hospitalization. So they do add a burden of disease.
Yeah, and that's really my point here is that, the ages of the deaths has, definitely come down, and by a good amount, by the numbers that we're seeing. The hospitalizations, are reflective.
Yeah, I think that is the difference. Well, two things that have made a difference with this is one is the Delta variant and its ability to spread rapidly, and especially within families, where one family member, either the teenager or the parent, will come back into the home infected and spread it throughout the rest of the family. The other thing I think is that bottom bar graph is where we're seeing 3/4 of our most at-risk population be vaccinated, and it is protective. So, I think that's a message that I need to emphasize that has not been brought up yet today is when one gets vaccinated, you're not just protecting yourself. You do decrease the risk of spreading that to others. Even if you become infected, we know that your viral load, the ability to spread that, actually drops more rapidly if you're vaccinated, an average of 5.2 days versus 7.5 days for unvaccinated. So even if you become infected and start shedding virus, you will do so for a shorter period if you are vaccinated. So it has multiple advantages. Again, the benefits outweigh the risks tremendously.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we're seeing some younger people die, the predominant numbers are still at those at-risk people, of the older generation, and, obviously people that have, underlying health issues, they're especially at risk as well. So it just, what never ceases to amaze me is that the amount of people that aren't getting vaccinated, they're allowing these other people to die, and we had 19 people die in a month, and all these cases, it's just wrong that they have that uncaring attitude that they are willing to let somebody else die because they don't want to get vaccinated. And I know other people don't agree with that thought, but when we see the amount of deaths that we've had in this county in recent months, it's just, I'm not really too concerned with what's going on in the UK, what's going on in Israel. There's studies, whether they're based correctly, whether they have enough people to make it a verifiable, study in the numbers. What I care about is here in Tuolumne County. And anyways, I just wanted to make those points. Thank you.
Dr. Sajango, can I clarify a question?
So I think Supervisor Brandon has had his hand up, so I want to give him an
he has his hand
opportunity.
up? Okay.
Yeah. Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Public Health, again, for your presentation. I really appreciate all the updates and information. Thank you for responding and getting some information specific to the long-term care facilities for a lot of our elders. I know that's been a lot of discussion online about that, so hopefully that'll be illuminating. I just had one main question or point of direction. I wanted to ask, a lot of our discussion has been in the minimum state standards being presented to us. How do we follow that? How do we be able to do what we need to do? But with our rate not declining, with them kind of plateauing out, with a high rate, a case rate in the community, what options do we have from the public health side to potentially, whether it's in, some effort to increasing communication about vaccination, advertising some of the great posts
times here in the meeting, of COVID cases are among unvaccinated people, and the greatest number of hospitalizations are unvaccinated people. But let's talk about that risk. Every day, healthcare providers risk their lives to take care of these people, especially people who are unvaccinated who go to the hospital. How about our military veterans? They've taken life-threatening risks to preserve the nation's well-being. So can't Tuolumne County residents take the small risk of a COVID shot? And what's even more potentially harmful, if many people refuse to get vaccinated, as they have, the virus has a much greater chance of mutating into something far worse. So not only are they putting at risk their people around them at this moment, but a future mutant could come into view. The bottom line is, if you want freedom, if you want schools and businesses to freely open, if you want a mask-free world, then do your part as a responsible citizen, dare I say patriot, who cares for the health of the nation. Get vaccinated, stop saying it's personal choice, put on your mask, and maybe we can put an end to this virus, which has devastated so many of our friends and families. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning or afternoon, board. I was encouraged to read a letter I submitted to the County School Board of Trustees regarding the vaccine mandate for school-age children. I understand this is outside of any jurisdiction you may have, but being a county employee for over 16 years, I felt it was important for you to hear, as the outcome may force many parents like myself out of the workforce. As you're aware, the recent announcement of a possible vaccine mandate for all grade school children has shook a lot of parents to their core, me being one. I personally cannot think of a more unethical mandate than to force parents to inject their children with something so new without knowing the long-term effects, and without any liability from those enforcing this mandate. To expect the majority of parents to be okay with this is foolish. I have been one of those mothers who have remained silent this past year and a half, adjusting to the ever-changing rules and expectations while trying to balance working and counseling my children through this emotional trauma the past 18 months has presented. All while trying to hold it together as I try to figure out what my family's future looks like and when enough is enough. Well, I admit I'm now at that point where I will no longer stay silent. There is one thing I will fight to the end for, and that is the well-being of my children. They will not get the COVID vaccine, and wherever that leaves us, I am at peace with. My oldest daughter is thriving in school this year and is well exceeding my expectations, especially given the challenges of last year. During virtual learning, I was forced to take a leave of absence from work and quickly learned my strength is not teaching, especially my own child, who had a very hard time adjusting to the fact that mom was now her teacher. The roles did not blend well for either of us, and her education suffered as a result. I know I'm not alone in this sentiment, and so many parents struggle with this as well. I'm prepared for the challenges should homeschooling become our reality, but I can't help but worry about how this will affect my daughter's education and in the long term limit her potential. I'm banking on the support of the community and fellow parents, which I've come to realize is abundant, and my faith in God who will lead the way. I would have never expected for us to be where we are today in a position where we are backed into a corner until we surrender. I will not surrender. We need our board to stand up for what is morally right. We need leaders to come forward and say, this is not okay. The community does not feel supported, and the repercussions should this mandate be enforced is far greater than anyone can imagine. I respect everyone's opinions on this issue and understand views are going to vary drastically, which is a good thing. There will be parents who get their children vaccinated. There will be others who choose not to. These decisions are not taken lightly, and each family should be awarded that opportunity to decide what's best for them and their family. This is our right as parents. What I'm not okay with is being forced to take a risk on something that my gut says is not right. All our lawmakers and politicians will not carry that burden should something happen to my child because of the vaccine. I will have to live with that for the rest of my life, and that burden is too heavy for me.
I have to stop you there. I'm sorry very much, but thank you for calling in. Hello,
Hello,
you're
can
on
you
with the
hear
board.
me?
Yes.
Hi.
Morning.
My name is Jenny. I also work for the county. I am home today. In isolation pending a COVID test. I won't say where I think I got it. However, I will just say, with all due respect to the person who spoke in front of me, she did not represent the entire community, as one phrase of her talk said. One part of the community she does not represent is me. However, I'll leave that. I want to say thank you specifically to Dr. Surjanko for creating a very calm and respectful atmosphere in response to the out of context and inappropriate questions asked by two of our supervisors during what is supposed to be a public health presentation, not a forum for personal opinions. And just these two supervisors, you know who you are. When you want to say something that's your own personal opinion, you need to get down from behind that podium and you need to go speak as a citizen. Because I will assure you, your citizens that are calling you, the people that you think you represent, they are quite capable of speaking for themselves and doing their own research. So please, stop doing that. Stop wasting our time. Dr. Surjanko, again, thank you for being professional. I wish that you had been able to be here at the last meeting because Michelle Jaquetta was unfairly targeted. And thank you for showing by your actions today that you have faith in her. Thank you for your time, board.
Thank you. Okay, head shake, so no one else is called in. I'm sorry. Is there one more caller waiting? Okay, I'm getting a shake of the head in the back of the room. So, are you aware of another? Okay, well, we're going to have to bring it to the board. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay. I didn't comment before, so I guess I'll just say it now that I struggle with what these presentations have become. I think that our public health department is being targeted to answer questions and present a worldview that doesn't align with the facts. And just like, the old saying goes, we're all entitled to opinions. We're not entitled to facts. And I applaud you, Ms. Jaquetta and Dr. Surjanko for always sticking to the facts. We don't always have all the information we want at any one time. And some of the answers that we have to give have caveats and equivocations to them, but it's the best information that we have available, and that is how medical science and public health works, is we use the best information that we have at the time. And the best information that we have now is that creating layers of protection will stem the tide of COVID-19, which has killed 124 of our citizens in the past 18 months. Things like masking, like staying home when you're sick, like getting vaccinated. These are the tools that we have. Asking questions to try and get around that, it leads to, I think, these presentations that we've had, because I can ask you the same question 100 different ways, and you're still going to come back at me with the answer that we need a mask, we need to vaccinate, we need to stay home when we're sick. I believe that now, and it seems to be almost every medical professional that I've ever talked to or read about says more or less the same thing. So that's where I am. I support public health. I think that you're leading us down the correct path. I wish more people would follow that path. And actually, I think Supervisor Brandon asked a very salient question, which is what, people aren't getting vaccinated at the rates that we would like. So what can we do to publicize? I think public health has, at this point, done almost everything humanly possible. The vaccines are free, readily available. You can have any type of vaccine you want. And you're constantly promoting these events. You're very active in that. We have an entire building full of people that are sitting on phones talking, available. So I really don't see any place else to go for public health. Where I think we could improve is our leadership, frankly. I think we need to support you more on the board so that you can do your job. That's where I think a lot of the failing is that there isn't enough of a clear and concise support for best medical practices in this regard. So
I do have a closing comment, since I wasn't going to say anything, but since your comment was
Go ahead,
directed
get the last word.
towards two board members.
I did not mention.
I just have a simple question, Dr. Surjenko. The study on Pfizer that I presented, the study from CDC, the Israel study, the UK study, were those opinions or were those factual studies? It's as simple.
So
were those studies?
My comment was not about the studies themselves.
I'm not doing
but
Fox News. I'm not doing
the way they're
CNN.
interpreted.
I'm doing case peer-reviewed studies.
We can.
So I think.
Okay, I'm gonna. If you don't have any other questions, let's end.
I'm asking Dr. Surjenko if the information presented was opinion, or was it studies that I presented?
It was opinion, shrouded in studies that were cherry
Okay,
picked.
I want to make it really clear. I think your wish list that this isn't going to continue to happen isn't going to happen. As long as there's mandates, as long as there's abilities for us to not make our own informed decisions, there will be pushback.
Okay,
and
so
that's okay. That's a healthy discussion. But I do not get up here and just give opinions. I try to ask pointed questions about data that is peer reviewed. That is my job, first and foremost, as a supervisor, as a husband, as a father, when we're dealing with things that are injected into our body, not building fires out in the middle of forest or bringing a gun.
I think you're going off on a tangent.
Okay.
And I think you're misinterpreting what I said.
It's not going to end. Surjenko, you are a professional. Thank you.
Excuse
for being
me.
here today.
I think we need to finish this discussion. So if you're done, let's continue.
Well, if you want to have the final word and
Thank
point
you.
fingers, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's 6 minutes before, oh, actually that clock is different than my clock. Well, I think we can get at least one item in. Yeah, we don't have any very good options, so. So I'll look to our CAO. What can we do within the next 10 minutes?
We are ready to present on the, we were ready to present on the sheriff's item. He's just making sure he's still in the building.
Okay.
But I think we could go ahead without it because it does need to be done and it's urgent in its nature and it is ready.
That's kind of what I was thinking too.
Okay. So
Go ahead. Do you want to get started?
To see if he's out there.
Okay. So this is we're going to skip to item 16.
Item number 16, consideration of approving an agreement with Summit Food Services to provide food and commissary services to the jail and vended meals to the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility in an amount not to exceed $600,000 per fiscal year.
Okay. Good morning, Board. So before you is consideration of approving an agreement with Summit Food Services to provide food and commissary services to our jail and our regional detention center for juveniles. In 2008, the Sheriff's Office outsourced the kitchen jail to save cost. And since that time, we've had a contract in place. Recently, an RFP was done to renew that contract. And before you is the results of that RFP, which is an agreement with Summit Food Services. This contract would begin today, if approved by your board, and continue through October 31st of 2024. And these funds are currently budgeted in the 21-22 fiscal year budget. So obviously, we need to provide food services and commissary services to our inmates, and that's what this contract covers. So if you have any questions in regards to the contract, I'd be more than happy to answer them for you.
We really haven't had time to look at this. And we got it today. So I do have questions, but I'd like to read this before voting on it. But with that being said, the first question I have, it sounds like it's a 4-year contract?
Correct.
So is there a provision after the first year for both parties to decide if it's working or not?
So we do have termination clauses in this contract, which we have to have in regards to our current bond that is on the jail facility. So we do have the right to terminate the contract if we feel it's not suitable to the county, correct?
So it's written into the contract?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And, you know, unless I read all of this, I'm not going to have any other questions.
Yeah.
No question.
Any questions, Supervisor Brandon? So it looks like there's desire to take a little more time on this.
Want to do it after lunch?
So, yeah, why don't we go ahead and just can we take a 5-minute break, read through this, come back, finish it, and then we'll go back.
I do want to make sure your board is aware, and we can definitely, whatever you want to do. If this contract is not approved, we don't have anyone to provide meals at the center
Approved
at all
today.
at this, today, yes.
So
then I'll make a
what I'm gonna
motion.
say, well, I want to make sure that we have time to go over this. So what I'm going to say is we take a 5-minute break, reconvene at noon, and then we'll finish this, and then after that time, we'll break for lunch.
Supervisor Campbell, can I just chime in? One thing for everybody to keep in mind is the vast majority of the language in this contract is the county's standard template language. That might help expedite the sections for review because the other language is our standard template that my office created. And so there should just be certain sections like focus on scope of work, compensation that might be helpful. The other work is, the other language is standard and it's in all of our contracts.
Okay.
So
Before we go to a break, would it be possible to review the material differences so that we can kind of focus our reading?
Material differences in what respect?
Like, was there any change to the contract? I think is what he said.
This is a brand new contract with a new provider.
Sorry. The material irregularities as mentioned in the agenda item.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Brandon, I think you're on a different item. We're on number 16, which is the sheriff's food services agreement for the jail and the
You're correct, Sarah. Thank you. I was cross-reading.
Yep.
Okay, so does that work for everyone? You want to take a little break and then?
5 minutes is not enough unless we get a staff report to walk us through this.
We could go through the scope of work that is in the agreement, and that is where the majority of the services will be provided.
Okay, Mr. Hawks.
Dan Hawks, Chief Probation Officer. I just wanted to add that there was a competitive bidding process. From what I understand, there were 2 proposals. Summit and Trinity was the original provider, and my staff participated in that. And from what I understand, that the Summit contract was superior in our opinion, and the cost for our facility was slightly less. So for what it's worth, we do support the sheriff's recommendation for that contract.
All right, so
if we read the scope of work, that should get us what we need to know, which
yeah,
is
so let's take a
okay.
5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 12. What is it? 12:03.
First minute is going to be taken doing something else.
Okay, and we're back. Welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for November 2nd. Sheriff Pooley, can you walk us through our new kitchen service contract?
Yes, first and foremost, my apologies. Based on how the prior item was going, I went downstairs to get some work done and delayed you. Thanks to the CAO's office for bailing me out. So in 2008, the sheriff's office went away from preparing their own meals and using county staff to prepare the meals. Since that time, we've had several different vendors. We go through a RFP process for each contract. In each contract, we have staff go through, I think in the most recent one, probation staff was aware of it, and essentially settled on using Summit for our contracted services. So they are going to do all of our, they're going to staff the kitchen, supervise the inmates who prepare the food. They're going to purchase the food, supplies, meals. The budget cap is at 175 inmates, and we have a self-imposed cap, provided we have the staffing and everything else that goes along with that at 150. The 125 is above that, just in case we have people in booking and things like that. And we also do the 30 juveniles. We're going to provide vocational training, pathways for educational program for food services. In other words, the inmates will get a certificate and a training that they can take with them when they get out of custody. They also are going to do the inmate commissary, which consists of clothing, personal items, food, snacks, a lot of candy, it seems like, and other specialty items. We're in the contract amount will not exceed $600,000 per year, and open to any questions. I apologize for my tardiness.
No problem.
I don't have any questions, but I trust you and that you've edited it, and sure, it'd be nice to spend more time to go through it, but I'm not going to pretend like I have the time to go through it. So unless anybody has any questions, I'll make a motion.
I was just going to make one brief comment, that item 13 of this contract, shows the termination clause, and it does specify either party may terminate the agreement on 60 days written notice. So if things did go sideways, the contract allows for, the county to act appropriately. And I would second that motion.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Is there public comment on this item?
I don't blame you for trying to go get some work done. That was an hour and a half. I thought it was pretty crappy that you got it today. So I don't know what happened, but that's not fair to you as a board. So does Summit do other jails, I don't know where they all work, but I mean, we have to trust you, but that's pretty crappy to bring something to your board that morning.
Any other public comments? Anyone on the phones? Bring it back to the board. Sheriff Pooley.
Just to Carol's note, I do apologize for the lateness of this. This was a bit of back and forth between the contractor. I know they sent the wrong one. As of last night, we were actually planning on pulling this item. So my apologies, that's on me.
Yeah, happens. Okay, if there's no other comment, then we have a motion by Supervisor Kirk. Could you make that motion again? I don't know if it was...
Yes, I will make a motion to approve the agreement with Summit Food Services to provide food and commissionary services to the jail and vended meals to the Motherlode Juvenile Detention Facility, not to exceed $600,000 per year.
Okay.
And I'll second again.
All right. Thank you. So I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. You know how official I like to be. So, so I'll look to Ms. Ryan. Could you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Haff?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Motion passes 5-0. With that, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30 here.
had audible alarms, and in some cases where they're distinctively used for fire. In Dory's presentation, she used the word audible alarm, and she also spoke against or suggested that we would be restricting the use of existing systems. And I want to say that we need to be careful in that regard, because every building that's mandated to have an automatic fire extinguishing system has an audible alarm. Every school has an audible alarm, okay? Most camps or camp-like facilities where they have a number of youngsters and adults scattered over a wide area have an audible alarm for fire. Now, these are local alarms. They're not intended to be heard at long distances, but they can be heard at a considerably long distance. And we need to keep that in mind so that we don't become too restrictive or become in conflict with other mandated requirements for these facilities.
Thank you. Hello.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Combs. I'm speaking today initially as a member of the Board of Directors of the Strawberry Fire Protection District. And I'd like to quickly read our position statement that our president has put together. It's going to sound a little bit like deja vu, but here we go. Strawberry Fire Protection District supports the efforts of Tuolumne Safe in the installation of emergency warning sirens. The district is glad to be one of the first installations and is excited to be a part of the development and testing of the system. However, the district does have some concerns regarding the actual implementation of the program. We have been in contact with the Fire Safety Advisory Committee and the Office of Emergency Services to alert them to those concerns. Our questions are outlined below. 1, prior to any type of testing and implementation, there must be community education. The education component must include both residents and visitors to the area. This is a huge piece to the system being successful. The community must know in advance the options that they are to follow once the siren is engaged. 2, reliable communications are not available in the Pinecrest Strawberry area or other higher elevation recreation areas. We must have a resolution to this issue. One of the ideas being considered are FM transmitters. So this is to clarify your question. When we refer to that in this position paper, I believe it refers to the sheriff's FM transmission system. I will speak in a moment about an AM system. This seems to be a solution for residents, as they can have the transmitter placed in their home or take it with them when traveling locally, but it does not solve the problem of notification to visitors. One of our board members raised the idea of using the Caltrans AM radio transmission channel. That was me, and I'll talk about that briefly afterwards. Next, the district must have assurances that the siren would not be engaged by anyone but the sheriff. Next, security of the system. Is the system safe from hacking? And this has been raised. It's a deja vu here. Next, testing of the system. You must notify the district, this is Strawberry, in advance. If the siren is set off without giving the district notice, we won't be able to field phone calls or defer social media rumors. Consistency in messaging. What is the reason for the siren warning? The message must be consistent between all the agencies. And again, this will help to avoid misinformation being given out through the phone calls or social media. Training. The district would like to have some type of mutual training between county area law, fire agencies, and local emergency responders. That may be asked to assist in evacuations or shelter in place once the siren is engaged. I don't think I've heard a lot about training, so that's maybe a new issue. The Strawberry Fire Protection District would like to thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns. We look forward to gaining resolution to the issue of evacuation protocols in our area. Now I'd like to take off my Board of Directors hat and put on my concerned citizen hat. That's to clarify that. There's 2 things. Has anybody here seen a presentation by Alan Thompson about the Paradise Fire? One person. Okay, Alan Thompson is a satellite communications installer and an expert. And he was called up to, I'm now a private citizen.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I do have to stop you there. It's 3 minutes per speaker, and your time is up.
Okay, let me just say that I've given you information. I've given it to the staff. and I hope you'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
Want to turn this off?
Oh.
Well, points of order. The public participation procedures here are very clear that face coverings are required for all attendees regardless of vaccination status. So I'm not interested in inhaling anyone else's cooties, and I'd appreciate if everyone in this room could be more respectful. And Supervisor Kirk, if you wish to speak on behalf of Tuolumne Safe, you should be down here, especially if you're asking us to make the distinction between you as a supervisor and you as head of Tuolumne Safe. So I think that conversation, you should be down here and not up there. Because FPPC only deals with basically financial conflicts of interest and not in public perception.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional comments from the public? If not, I'll check with the phones. Okay, we do have some folks that have called in, so we will open up public comment for people that have called in. Good afternoon. You're on with the Board of Supervisors.
Hello. Am I up? I didn't know what number.
Your number is up. Welcome.
Okay. Hi. Dave Holland. I represent, I'm the chair of Friends of Pinecrest, an advocacy group in the Pinecrest Basin area. And as a point of information, I'm also on the board for Cold Springs Property Owners. Retired fire 5 years myself, so we have quite a bit of expertise going on in this room. That's good to see. I'm primarily speaking against the pause. I'm thrilled that you got rid of the word moratorium. There's absolutely no value slowing the process of different areas and groups trying to improve their life safety through the outdoor, audible alert systems. As long as there is a form of standardization that the state already has in place, there's really no reason to stop groups from trying to get together and put together something that's potentially going to save their lives. There's no skin off the back for the county. Matter of fact, they're saving great amount of money by having somebody else purchase the sirens. I would also have to say that I would really like to see our Board of Supervisors direct our OES people to, instead of finding all the ways that this can't work, to spin it around and let's put this thing in process and let's make this work, because we're not reinventing the wheel here. Several counties across the United States and, of course, California have already put this in play. It's just a matter of giving them a phone call and figuring out how they did it. This isn't news. This is very simple procedures. Now, you have to remember this is an alert system, so what this will do is drive people to go to the Everbridge or whatever other means of communications we have. That's what we're looking for. Friends of Pinecrest specifically was starting with an evacuation plan, but I think all of it knows there's no such thing as an evacuation plan that will work clearly for Pinecrest. It's just too dangerous of an area. So we really need to have something in that basin that will alert people to at least look at all their cell phones, look at whatever means they have in order to get information to let them know there's a problem. And I think that is in the simplest of forms, no matter where you go in this state, when you hear the siren, education is already going to be there because it's going to be the same throughout the entire state. Now, naturally, an educational component is critical. but Pinecrest has no permanent residents for the most part. Cold Springs has very few. Everybody who comes into those two areas, respectively, are visitors, and they need to know that.
I'm sorry,
hey,
I do have to stop you there. Your time is
already
up.
at 3 minutes. Okay.
Already, I know it goes quick.
It
Thank you
does
very
go
much.
quick, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think we have another person that would like to speak. Okay, welcome. Good afternoon. You're here with the Board of Supervisors.
This is Chief Mark Ferreira with the Columbia Fire Protection District, also the president of the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs Association. We have talked long and about these outdoor audible alerts. The gentleman that just got up spoke about if the alarm goes off in Pinecrest, that's going to allow people to look at their cell phones. Well, one of the conversations we did have was the fact that on any given day, from day to day, we're switching out 50 to 60,000 people in the Pinecrest Basin. How do we manage that education? One of the other things that we are concerned that has come up previously is the messaging. If I know I get a phone call if my siren doesn't blow at noon every day in Columbia. If you're in the South County and you hear a horn, is it a dam failing or is it a wildland fire? If you're in the in the high country and you hear a siren, what's the meaning behind it? So that's the whole reason behind taking a pause, is that we all can be on the same page, have the messaging be the same, and have us all moving forward with the similar conversations. So I look forward to having conversations with all the groups involved moving forward with the Fire Safety Advisory Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Is anyone else waiting to speak? All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Oh, I'm sorry. Chief New.
Sorry, I missed my window there for a second. So, Amy New, Fire Chief for the City of Sonora Fire Department, also sit on the Fire Advisory Committee, and just wanted to bring forth that I support the recommendation. It was unanimous from all of the members of the committee to bring forward that pause for those specific reasons of making sure that protocols and policies are in place. We don't want to have confusing messages or anything. And so the best way to protect our community, the best way to move forward to make sure that everyone has that educational piece in play and that we can afford the cost and the staff time that's going to go into developing that protocol and policies for the county. That needs to be approved by the Board of Supervisors first to make sure that we can actually move forward with this process. And that's what the committee will take the time to review, bring back another recommendation of protocols if it's going to be feasible or not. So that would be my recommendation, is that support the staff's recommendation today to put a pause on any new sirens being installed or activated, and allow time to prepare what is actually required by law to protect the communities going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. I didn't chime in before, but I did want to say a couple of things. I think everyone that spoke already made a lot of good points. We did talk about this at length in the Fire Safety Committee, and that was pretty persuasive to me, is when you have a room full of fire chiefs and people with emergency services backgrounds that are kind of not saying stop, but come up with a plan. And Mr. Northcutt, your comments that you were trying to get a jump on this, get out there and get the money, and you were a victim of being too successful too quickly. And so, and that to me, that makes perfect sense. You don't want to sit on your hands and wait. You want to get out there and try and acquire the funding, because that usually the money element is the hardest thing to get with these projects. And you guys just happen to do such a good job that you got on top of it more quickly than we were able to react to. And so I think right now we're having this really good conversation where we're working through what the needs are. The biggest thing that I worry about is, you've got a bunch of people in these communities that are activated and that are excited about fire safety and doing something positive in their community, and you really don't want, I don't want to throw a white blanket on that. I'm super happy to see people taking this initiative, putting money into these projects, putting time and effort. That's a phenomenal thing. But I also agree that this is a good plan to take the time to develop the education and the planning that it requires to operate a system like this, because the purchasing and building of the sirens is one element to this, and that's a very, obviously, you're not going to have anything without the sirens themselves. But I would say equally as important is the education and the planning behind it, because you can have a tower with a siren on it that just sits there and doesn't do anything, or alternatively, it's blaring all the time to the point where people start to ignore it. And so finding that balance is the key to making this successful and making sure that your community understands that balance. Those are the elements that we're missing right now. And the way I read this is OES and our sheriff and our fire chiefs are asking for some time to develop that plan, and I want to give them that time. So that's why I agree with this. It's not they're not being canceled. I guess that's the parlance of our times, right? It's not being canceled. It's allowing time to develop the reaction to how our community wants to use this really important resource that I'm really happy to see so many people in the community being excited about. Any other final thoughts? Yes, Supervisor Half.
Well, this is not a final thought. I'd like to make an amended motion. And I may need help making it because it's kind of left open as to, however long it takes, and I'm not happy with that. I think we should have some kind of product, even if it's just the plan in place and not the training yet, not the education, by the first meeting in May, which happens to be the 3rd of May, 2022, because we have the impetus from the public and they really want this to be done. I don't want to leave this in government la land. I come from a business background. We need to have some goals. And, we may be able to achieve this, we may not, but without stating it, there is no goal for timeline. And I'd like to see one set. So, so let me see if I can do this. I move that we adopt the recommendations from the Fire Safety Advisory Committee and staff to work on the plan, the alert and warning system plan, and for them to bring back something for the board to approve on or before May 3rd, 2022.
If I could interrupt briefly, just in planning cycles and looking ahead towards fire season periods, beginning of May is too late. We need to do something prior to that if we're going to realistically have the time to, look at doing anything, implementing. I think we really need to be at least in the March period, to have this, to allow time to.
It has to be doable, so I would defer to Dory Beats and the sheriff to talk about this right now, hopefully.
Yeah, we're chit-chatting over here. So if we can make a recommendation, if it's no later than May 3rd, and we can target March, I want the board to know that there are public who are not in favor of this, who have not spoken here today, who have sent us emails, as you guys all know, that will be a part of the process. There are definitely big concern for engaging the public. Also, as a staff, as you know, one of your priorities has been the vegetation ordinance that I have been directed to work on. So this will compete with that. So one will have to take a precedence. And we'll try to work on both in the committee, but just understand that we already have a timeline that has been developed by the Fire Safety Advisory Committee and the governance work group on that vegetation ordinance that will run basically mirror to this if we are to hit a March deadline. So it's a huge undertaking. depending on the support and the opportunity for the public to engage during the process. But I think if we can say, no later than May 3rd and make a target, that's something that we can work with.
Yeah, and that was the issue I was going to raise, is that this is a topic of discussion that's outside of the priorities that were set earlier in the year for fire safety, and so it's being added on top of the work that's already going on. But I'd be okay with May, if I think that's probably doable. I don't know. I'm looking at how.
Can I ask a quick question regarding the May date? What is it that we're to have a plan in place by May?
Plan presented to the board for approval by May 3rd.
So the educational component
would come after that.
Yeah.
So then this, presumably this pause would be lifted out at that point.
No, what I'm saying, what the policy is, then the pause would come off so people could continue, we could continue to do the work, but the educational component wouldn't take place at that point.
There's going to be education component throughout the process in order to engage the public, absolutely.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Are we dividing it up into sections, or is it by May it would be the product?
The plan itself would be presented for approval by May 3rd. Okay. But there will be an education outreach component that will occur throughout. We will have to have town hall meetings, public events, opportunities for people to engage, to consider all of the issues. Yes.
I just want to make sure that is clear. And then one thing I did want to just get clarifying information on, David, because I know you sit on the Fire Safe Council, and then Dory brought up again that there's people who oppose it. Let me just make sure. Dave, one of the comments you had said was that you don't know where this is going to end up. Is that, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, is that because we think that it might end up not turning into a policy or plan based on some people who maybe don't want it, or could you just clarify where we don't know where it's going to end up? Because I think we're giving direction today where it's going to end up.
We don't really know, to be honest with you. There have been some concerns expressed by members of the public in different areas, that's out there, and we realize that. I'm more concerned, that we have something realistic that could be used. Okay. And if we don't have it solidified, if we don't have a way to do that public outreach and bring it together so that the messaging is huge here. Right. If we don't have a way to do that messaging, we basically have the potential for mass confusion. So, that's the part that I'm concerned about.
If I'm clarifying, today we do know where it's going to end up because we're giving direction to OES to bring back a policy in May. We just need to make sure that it's obviously agreed upon message, very clear, thought out system once it's presented.
If I was to boil it down to a bumper sticker, I'd say what we're agreeing to today is that we want to develop a plan to administer and educate the public about these systems before additional systems are built, that we're just swapping those two things. Because right now we're having, the sirens are being built, we have these projects coming in without any kind of plan. And so all we're agreeing to right now is that we want to develop the plan first by May 3rd, and then those projects would be able to proceed based off of that, which gotcha. The plan hasn't been developed yet, so we don't necessarily know all of the details about that, but we're just agreeing that that's going to come first. Yes, Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in. I think my comments would align with Chief Ferreira in Columbia and what the feedback I received. I'd rather see this be a well thought out plan that's brought back. I do commend all of the private effort to get this done and all the support. As mentioned by Dory and our OES coordinator, speaking at least from my priorities, a fuel reduction ordinance is very important to me. I think that is how we try to prevent that fire from happening and will have a huge impact. That's what I would like to see happen. And if it's choosing between one or the other, I would rather have that drafted and full attention to it, and then have this come back afterwards. I would like to see it at some point in the future, but I don't want to put a date on it.
Well, I made a motion, so I'd like to
Yeah.
hear if there's a second.
So I would second it because during an emergency, I think this falls under a pyramid. This is more critical. So I'd second that.
I have a point of order. This is on your agenda only as a presentation, not as an action item.
Supervisor Campbell, the way that I read the ordinance is there is an action item for the board to disallow sirens or audible alerts until a plan is developed and approved.
Okay, so we were good with the motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're focused on the outdoor audible systems to be installed until alert warning system plan and considers outdoor developed and approved as is required by. Okay. So your legal opinion is okay. Okay. So we do have a motion by Supervisor Haff and a second by Supervisor Kirk. If I can just ask one more question of Dory, I'd sound it and the sheriff also.
Oh, good. I'm going to make him answer this one.
So the May 3rd, is that, I understand it's going to come into conflict with some of these other priorities. Is that doable?
I would like
how long you hesitate.
So we are planning, I'll have to go back and look at my notes, and the governance committee folks can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Chief New is back here. We have early spring for the vegetation ordinance to come in front of the board, so we could definitely have this back by May 3rd at the latest, absolutely. Well, barring any issues, I should say. So I can't make promises. I'll let the sheriff make the promise, though.
We are in a time where it's very hard to predict anything 7 months out, but.
I promise that if we don't think we're going to make it by the May 3rd, we'll come early and let you know.
Okay.
There you go. I like
All right.
I second.
Okay. And apologies, there's a motion on the floor.
Second your promise.
It's being recorded by, motion by Supervisor Haff, second by Supervisor Kirk. If there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Ryan, would you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Haff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, you want to take a break? Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 2. So we're back on our regular agenda. I did want to mention, so the item number 11 under presentations has been pulled. We'll revisit that in December. And so then we'll be on item 12. Did you need a minute to finish? Okay. So we'll move on to item number 12 and take it away, Ms. Ryan.
Staff presentation on the traffic impact mitigation fee program.
All right, good afternoon. Kim
Afternoon.
McFarland, Director of Public Works, and I have with me here to answer questions as they come up Blossom Scott-Heim, our supervising engineer, Dave Ruby, who is also an engineer who does mostly development projects, and Janelle Koslevy, who's here to answer any fiscal questions, and she also produced those fiscal reports that were on your agenda last month. So, okay, so those were the reports that we brought to you. We actually pulled them and we'll be bringing them back, I believe, November 9th. Those are just fiscal reports, but we realized that there were a lot of questions about this traffic impact mitigation fee program, both for new staff and for new board members. So this is just really an overview and no action is required by the board today. So today we'll look at the background, the current road project list, available funding, and the next steps that we'll take related to updating the program. So generally, land development in the county pays a traffic impact fee to cover their fair share of the future roadway system, unless the land uses do not generate additional vehicle trips. In that case, they are exempt from TIMF fees. This program was developed in the 80s. We'll just click there. And it was deemed at that time infeasible for developers to construct the necessary improvements to mitigate cumulative impacts caused by individual projects because each project adds a relatively small measure to the total, and the improvement alone reasonably related to that impact would not be able to improve traffic circulation. This program was then updated in April 1991 and reconfirmed again in 1998 with a countywide traffic survey. And around that time, a 1% administrative fee was also added, which is to be expended for costs including salaries and overhead incurred by CDD and Public Works in administering this program. A project list was developed and adopted by the board, and the projects were selected to mitigate cumulative adverse impacts on traffic circulation throughout the county and was broken down into 3 categories: local roads, local signalizations, and state-local road partnerships. The fees are applied during the land use application process and based on adjusted trip rates and costs per trip. And just as an FYI, the city and the county both administer their own TAMF programs. So there are some legal requirements with the mitigation impact fee program. Within 180 days after June 30th of each year, the auditor, director of public works, and the CDD director shall jointly make available to the public and the board the annual fiscal reports. And those are the reports actually that Janelle Koslevy prepares and will be brought back to the board on the 9th. The funds are restricted to their intended use, so no commingling of funds, and the program must meet the guidelines of Assembly Bill 1600. Additionally, the agency must show that there is a reasonable relationship between the fee's use and the type of development projects on which it is imposed. The agency is also supposed to identify the sources and amounts of funding to complete the financing and when the funding is expected to be deposited in the account. So these are the actual funds that you will see. There's a report. There's 3 different reports: TIMF, TIMF Tribal, and TIMF Other. And under the TIMF, there's 4 different funds, so 7 funds altogether, 3 reports. And I'm jumping around a little bit. This is actually the original Table 1 from 1999, and this is the TIMF 6144 list. And we just wanted to show you that at that time, the board actually had voted, they stated that they did not want the projects put in priority order, so they are actually listed alphabetically here. And you'll see that there is a section for local road projects, local intersections, and then a section for state-local partnership projects that required a 50-50 funding. And I wanted to call attention because there are some that have already been completed or we're in the midst of working on them, such as the Rawhide Road Bridge and intersection improvements. There's also been proposals for the Jamestown 49-108 widening from Jamestown Main Street to Fifth Avenue. That actually is just a piece of these larger projects. In this section here, and by the way, these obviously these estimates are way outdated. They don't cost that much now. We're talking, I think, for the 1 mile of widening is proposed at $26 million. And that's just from Main Street to Fifth Avenue. But anyways, these 2 projects here were 4-lane widening, and they were originating from Main Street all the way to Chicken Ranch in one direction and Main Street all the way to 49 or Stockton Road in the other direction. So in 2009, the then Director of Public Works asked the board to prioritize the project list that we just saw in Table 1. At that time, the TIMF account for both the city and the county was about $12 million, and no commitments for specific projects had been made. So this is the category 1, 2, and 3 that they had brought to the board at that time, and you will see that number 2 is actually that widening project, but this time it's now in its current wording with 5 lanes and from Fifth Avenue just to the south entrance of Main Street. This is the current TIMF table that you will see in the fiscal reports. And again, it's still showing as 4-lane widening in the bottom if you look down at the state-local partnership 50-50. So we do have some things we have to clean up. There's been years and years of being brought back to the board and being reported out in these fiscal reports. We have to clean up the language a little bit. The green does show the projects that have been completed. So the Mona Way project has been completed, Greenlee Road. You can see Standard Road and Tuolumne Road, and then the Fifth Avenue Jamestown project, of course, that was completed fairly recently. The county actually paid 83% of that project out of the TIMF. It wasn't quite a 50-50 share. And then the Rawhide Road project is in progress that Blossom's working on. We just want to share this really cool aerial photo of the Fifth Avenue project prior to the mast going up. So the next two slides are the TIMF 6140 and 6141. These were the original list of projects that were from 1991. And some of these projects now looking at them may not be as feasible as once thought, but there are a couple in here that we could still work off of. No funds are currently going into these two different funds. These were now now the developers are putting money into the 99 fund. So we do see, though, for instance, like Peaceful Oak is a viable project that we could work on and use some of the funding from this one. And then for the 6141 regional projects, there's some that are already completed. Jamestown Road, the very bottom project, if you can read it, it actually states replace the existing bridge. That's already been done under the Highway Bridge Program. But we could, and we actually will probably use most of the money from this fund for the Rawhide Road Bridge project. So these tables, by the way, you are going to see all this in the fiscal report, so I'm sorry if I'm going a little fast. This is the latest activity on each of the TIMF funds for fiscal year 2021. So 6144 has about $5.5 million, 6140 has $2 million, 6141 has just over $800,000, and that we think we can deplete with the Rawhide Road project. And then the admin fee is 8095, and funds are just taken out of that to go towards covering staff's time. This is the TIMF Tribal Fund. This was established through an MOU between the county and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians to mitigate impacts on Tuolumne Road and Tuolumne Road North associated with the construction and operation of Black Oak Casino. This is an active fund. We do use funds out of here. Just recently, we had brought a project to you, I think it was 1685, about Tuolumne Road widening. We will probably ask if, we'll bring it back to the board and ask if we can use that for perhaps a chip seal on Tuolumne Road and deliver it sooner than our SB1 balance would allow. And then finally, the TIMF Other Funds. These were funds that were set up at time of development. No fees are going into these little buckets anymore, and you can see there's very little money in each of them. However, the engineers do a great job of looking at them every year to see if there's some way to expend those funds on other projects and include them somehow. But all in, it's only about $186,000 all added in. So, and some of them are pretty prescriptive about exactly what you can and cannot do. So they're just building interest right now. And then here's some activity on each of the TIMF funds for fiscal year 2021. Janelle produced this report just to show some of the activity because they do have to keep being used. The Road Improvement Fund 1999, the fund called 6144, that was the bigger one that was almost $5.5 million. We have used some of that obviously for Fifth Avenue. It looked better 2 years ago when we had drawn about $3 million out of that fund, but the most recent billing was about $17,000. The sub-network 6140 has had no funds expended out of there. That's the one that had the Peaceful Oak road improvements. Regional Road Fund 6141, 61,000 was billed, and that's for the Rawhide Road Bridge project. We think that we'll be depleting that fund. And then the admin fund is pretty straightforward. About $3,000 goes to the Geiger fee account every quarter. And then the TIMF Tribal is continually being billed. Sometimes it's great, sometimes not so much. So, yeah. And I think just to go back to that really quickly, the Regional Road Fund, the Road Improvement Fund 1999, we think that we will need about $3 million from that as well for the Rawhide Road Bridge project. So that really is our overview of the TIMF program. Going forward, we plan to update the program, and we'd like to reflect the decline in our population and the lower population projections. Back in the 90s, they expected that our population here in Tuolumne County would be more in the 100,000 range. So we may want to look at the countywide traffic model, maybe even some funding strategies. But we definitely want to bring it back to the board to reassess road project lists and your priorities. And we're working with County Council, and we still have some questions into the auditor to see what we can and cannot do with existing funds. So any questions?
Okay, questions? Supervisor Brandon? Okay.
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions, just thank you guys, and I'm looking forward to the next steps. But I know we've had a long day, and so thank you guys.
I do have just a clarifying question. So you say, Kim, that you're going to bring it back to the board to reassess the road project list and priorities. Is there anything we can be looking at or studying between now and whenever that comes that would help us for your presentation when it does come back?
So at the next board meeting, you will be receiving the fiscal reports, and they actually have these tables in here. I would just say, look at the road project list that we have now. I don't know for sure, but I doubt that we can actually change the road projects, but we probably can reprioritize them. So I'd see what your priorities are.
And why can't we change the road priorities?
No, I said I think that you could probably change the road
Okay.
priorities because they've done it in the past.
Okay.
I just don't know that we can change the projects. I think under the rules, when you read the legal jargon, and that's Cody could answer this better, but I think that the funds have to be dedicated to the project. You have to identify where you're going to spend them.
So if they've already been
collected,
pinned to some project, they have to stay there? Is that?
I think to the list of projects that were identified in that fund.
Kim actually explained it really well. Basically, the reasons, whatever reasons identified for collecting those fees, they can only be expended for those reasons.
Okay.
That's a government code requirement.
Dedicated fund, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So could you please resend out that list? If you could please resend out the list.
Sure, you bet.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, is there any public comment? Okay, no phone calls. All right, bring it back to the board. This is information only. Okay, thank you very much, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I like looking at the names of the roads on those projects, but I want to start putting some dates next to them. So that's our next project.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Getting the money and putting a date in that far right column. So, okay, thanks a lot.
Great job.
Okay, could you read item 13, Ms. Ryan?
Item number 13, consideration of 1, rejecting the bid submitted by Crips Company due to material irregularities in their bid, and 2, awarding a contract in the amount of $539,765 to Statewide Safety Systems to perform the work as shown in the plans and bid book for contract number 1700, roadway safety signing audit, RSSA, and authorizing the chair to sign.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Pearson. I am an engineer in the Department of Public Works. And this item is for consideration of rejecting the bid submitted by Crisp Company due to material irregularities in their bid and awarding a contract in the amount of $539,765 to Statewide Safety Systems to perform the work as shown in the plans and bid book for contract number 1700, roadway safety signing audit, and authorizing the chair to sign. So I'll just take you through some quick background information. This project has consisted of creating a complete inventory of local road signs and auditing the inventory to determine which regulatory and warning signs to replace or upgrade to enhance driver safety and ensure that all county road signs are in compliance with federal requirements per the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, or MUTCD. Construction will include the replacement of 1,765 regulatory and warning signs on local roads throughout the county. The engineer's estimate for the work was $881,800. We received 4 bids for this project, and the received bids range from 37% to 136% of the engineer's estimate. The low bidder, Crisp Company, had material irregularities in their bid including failure to sign both the non-collusion affidavit and the bid. County Council has reviewed the bid submitted by the second low bidder, Statewide Safety Systems, and has determined that the bid documents are in substantial compliance with our call for bids. The financial impact of the project. This project is currently budgeted in the fiscal year 21-22 budget in the amount of $1,393,052, which is eligible to be reimbursed at the rate of 100% by HSIP, or the Highway Safety Improvement Program, which is a federal grant program. So finally, it is recommended that your board reject the bid submitted by Crisp Company due to material irregularities in their bid and award the contract in the amount of $539,765 to Statewide Safety Systems to perform the work as shown in the plans and bid book for contract number 1700 roadway safety signing audit, and authorize the chair to sign. That's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from the board?
No, I forwarded them a question prior to the board meeting, which you guys answered, so thank you. So I'm ready to move on staff recommendation if there's no questions.
Is there any public comment?
I do have a question.
Oh, apologies, Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on what makes a material difference or error in the contract. I know we discussed this before. It seems that forgetting to sign a couple of the papers, I know in school I always got to put my name on the stuff before I turned it in. Is that not more of an immaterial thing that does not actually affect the logistics of the bid?
I can address that. It really is fact specific. There are circumstances where just leaving a signature off of a bid, if it's signed in other places, such that the bid is still enforceable, would make it an immaterial deviation. There's a case out of Fresno County where that happened. They were challenged for granting a contract to a contractor who didn't sign the bid, but the bid bond was still signed. Here we have no signature on the final signature page, and also no signature on the non-collusion affidavit, which is a requirement. It's a funding requirement. So the county could not award this contract without having that signed non-collusion declaration. And the lack of a signature on the final signature page makes it so that problem remains, because if they had signed on the signature page, that would have counted for the signature on the non-collusion declaration. So in this situation, the lack of signatures is a material deviation. There were also issues with their DBE efforts. They didn't meet the disadvantaged business entity goal, and it was determined that they hadn't made good faith efforts. So really those are the bases for the recommendation to reject that bid. And I would note that the board does have discretion to reject any and all bids and rebid the project if it wished, but here we have the second low bidder is in conformance with the bidding requirements.
So a question on that, we have the estimated cost of the project. The lowest one came in at 37%, and the difference between the lowest and second lowest is $210,000. If one was chosen over the other, where does that $210,000 go? Is that available for other sign efforts in the county, or does that money effectively return back to the granting entity?
The grant is specific to this project, so any unused funds, we just won't request reimbursement for, and it goes back into the federal pot of money. So.
Okay. It just seems for the amount of the entire project really quite low, and I wonder if there's any other signage projects in the county. If we put this back out with an expanded scope, would that be able to take advantage more of these funds?
We can't expand the scope at this point. We've already been through the programming, design, and environmental phase. So there's no opportunity to expand the scope with the current grant funding.
Okay. Cody Blossom, thank you. I have no questions.
All right, is there any public comment?
Well, Eric, you did a fine job. It's really hard to come and talk in front of these five, as well as the whole room. So congratulations on that. And you get to be my
You stole my
favorite
thunder.
person.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm sorry?
I was going to say that.
Well, you can say that too. I'm just a member of the public, so I don't count. And you get to be my favorite person today because you said everything will be reimbursed 100%.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? No one on the phones? Okay, bring it back to the board. What I was going to say.
No, what I was going to say. Welcome, Eric.
I believe, Eric, this is your first time presenting before the board. Okay. Great job. Thank you very much and glad to have you
I like your
on
hair.
board.
Thank you.
When I'm out of this seat, I'm going to grow my hair long again.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I made a motion to move on staff recommendation.
Okay.
If anybody wants a second.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, a second by Supervisor Happ. Ms. Ryan, would you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Haff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon,
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Okay, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, shall we move on to HHSA? So I think item 14, correct?
that's what you wish.
Making sure are we good? Do you need a minute to set up? Okay, come on down then. So if you could read item 14.
Item number 14, consideration of accepting COVID-19 public health workforce development supplemental funding in the amount of $517,690 and add one full-time staff services analyst, one full-time program specialist, and one full-time health program technician. 4/5 vote required.
Good afternoon. Michelle Jaquetta, Public Health Director. So in August of 2021, the Public Health Department was notified that the California Department of Public Health allocated $517,690 to Tuolumne County through the Public Health Workforce Development Funding. And the allocation letter was attached to your board memo there. The funding will be used to establish, expand, train, and sustain state, tribal, local, and territorial public health workforce to support jurisdictional COVID-19 prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery initiatives, and school-based health programs. To ensure compliance with these funding objectives, the Public Health Department is requesting the approval of 3 new positions of staff services analyst, program specialist, and a health program technician. And these positions will be fully funded through that workforce development funding. There is no cost to the county general fund associated with this funding. If approved by your board, funding will allowed under this allocation grant would total for $517,690, beginning July 1st of 2021 through June 30th of 2023. The first year unanticipated revenue of $217,517 will be recognized in the fiscal year 21, with the remaining grant revenue recognized in fiscal year 22-23. The salaries and benefits associated with this position, the positions are again to be paid through the workforce development. It is respectfully recommended that your board accept the funding of $517,690 from CDPH for the workforce development grant beginning July 1st and ending June 30th, 2023, and increase the appropriations in the amount of $517 in the fiscal year 21-22, and approve the addition of the additional staff. I wanted to also add that it is our hope and goal that this funding stream will continue to help us going forward building public health infrastructure with staff development and training for existing staff, and to retain vital public health positions such as an infection preventionist and epidemiologists and support staff that we have not had the capacity for in the past. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Okay.
Questions?
Questions from the board?
Just, it's not so much a question, just thank you to Rebecca Espino. I had some questions regarding what this money meant. One of the paragraphs, it talks about racial and ethnic minorities and populations in rural communities and whatnot. And when I first read this, I was a little hesitant because I don't know if we really have that here in Tuolumne County. But Supervisor Rebecca, you know what that. No, but thank you for following up, because it did make sense what you sent me, which the follow-up was you basically, this includes those who are geographically isolated and who have transportation challenges, low socioeconomic statuses, and who are uninsured. So I think I can understand and support that funding for those underserved populations of our rural counties. So that to me makes sense. I think just some of the maybe more urban populations that they're dealing with, I didn't agree with, but what the follow-up you gave me made sense. So thank you. And
Yeah,
so,
if I could just interrupt just for a second. There's actually two items. The next item is the grant I think that you're referring to, which is the California Equitable Recovery Initiative. They're two separate grants. But
I'm sorry. Are we on 14?
Yes.
That's why. I'm just looking at my notes. Okay.
Yeah,
Well.
they're two different things, but what you're talking about will apply to the next item.
See, that's what happens when you have long board meetings.
It is.
Thank you.
It's late in the afternoon.
I pulled one of those. Okay. Scratch what I said and save that for the item number 15, and I won't say it for item number 15 so we can move forward. But thank you guys for your follow-up.
I was just going to comment, thank you. And hopefully, we do, these funds will be available, in the future to keep it going. Thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Is there any public comment?
Well, thank you for getting some more money. And an infection specialist would be good, because we have more going on in this county than COVID. And I'm concerned about our huge outbreak of syphilis.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, any other public
I'm
comment?
sorry.
All right, bring it back to the board. Motion by?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept the COVID-19 Public Health Workforce Development Supplemental Funding, the amount of $517,690, to add one full-time staff service analyst, one full-time program specialist, and one full-time health program technician.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll second. So we have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Campbell. Ms. Ryan, would you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haff.
Aye.
And Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And are you staying up there for item 15?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to hold off for just a moment. We might have a technical difficulty. So would you like us to take a break? Let's go ahead and take a break. So we'll come back at 3:35. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good?
Okay.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and try and get through item 15, and then we can break. Okay? Does that work?
Okay.
Okay.
Item number 15, consideration of accepting the California Equitable Recovery Initiative allocation funding in the amount of $300,000 to advance health equity and add one full-time program specialist. 4/5 vote required.
Thank you. So again, just in September, we were notified that CDPH had allocated $300,000 to Tuolumne County through the California Equitable Recovery Initiative, or SERI. The SERI allocation funding is intended to address COVID-19 and advance health equity for disproportionately impacted racial and ethnic groups, rural populations, those experiencing socioeconomic disparities, and other underserved communities within state and local health jurisdictions. Through its public health department, the county has submitted a funding application that includes a work plan, which aims to strengthen infrastructure and capacity in ways that both address disparities in the current COVID-19 pandemic and set the foundation for equitable recovery through expanding existing mitigation and prevention resources, increasing and improving data collection and reporting, expanding infrastructure to support COVID-19 prevention and control, and mobilizing our partners and collaborators to advance health equity and address social determinants of health related to COVID-19 among higher risk and underserved populations. And to ensure compliance with the objectives, we are requesting the approval of a new program specialist position, which will be fully funded through the SERI allocation. As Supervisor Kirk mentioned, the health equity efforts do support public health's vision for a safe and thriving community where every person achieves optimal health. There are those in our community who are more vulnerable at higher risk and underserved. For example, those who are geographically isolated and have transportation challenges, low socioeconomic status, uninsured and underinsured with challenges with access to care. There's no cost to the county general fund associated with this SERI funding. If approved by your board, funding allowed under this grant would total $300,000 that began September 1st, 2021 through May 31st of 2023. First year unanticipated revenue of $131,135 will be recognized in the fiscal year 21-22 public health budget, with the remaining grant recognized in fiscal year 22-23. And it is respectfully recommended that your board accept the funding of the $300,000 from CDPH for the SERI allocation and increase appropriations in the amount of $131,135 in fiscal year 21-22 and add one full-time program specialist position and authorize the county administrative officer to sign any further grant-related documents. Any questions?
All right, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to stop crossing things off until we're done with the item.
Carry over from item 14. If there's no questions from the board, anything from Supervisor Brandon, then I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Okay, if there's no public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you. So there's a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Will you please read the roll? Ms. Ryan.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haff.
Aye.
And Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think that's all for HHSA, correct? Okay. So what we can do, it's a nice round place to break, so we can reconvene at 3:40 by that clock. By this, there she is. Okay. All right, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for November 2nd. Where we left off, we were on item 17. Clerk, would you please read item 17 for us?
Item 17, consideration of adopting Resolution 106-21, approving Amendment Number 7 to the 2017-2019 Deputy Sheriff's Association Memorandum of Understanding based upon the settlement package proposal of September 29, 2021.
Just a quick clarification here. These next 4 or 5 items are similar. Do we want to do them each as its own?
I think we need to do each of them on their own.
All right, never mind.
Okay. So, as your board is aware, over the last several months, staff has been acting on your behalf in the bargaining process, as many of our units right now actually have expired MOUs, so we've been working diligently to get those amended. The goal of the current bargaining process is to do an amendment for this year, which gives us some more time to do a little bit more work as we move into the next year. So this current MOU is for your Deputy Sheriff's Association. It is amendment number 7. This is definitely a lot. And I just wanted to go through and kind of list out what they are for anyone who might be listening and maybe doesn't have this in front of them. So the term for the new MOU will expire until, begins November 1st, 2022, and will expire 12 months after that. All classifications included in the MOU shall receive a COLA effective November 7th of 2021, and there is detailed in attachment 1. For those who are listening, for the Deputy Sheriff's Association, what was negotiated and what is contained in this MOU is for patrol deputies a 10% COLA, for our custody staff, which would be jail and juvenile hall, a 6% increase, and then for all other staff, a 3% increase, and that is reflected in attachment 1. The other thing that was negotiated and that we are asking your board to approve is that all county employees, all permanent employees who are employed at such time as the board approval and who maintains continuity of operations for the county during COVID-19 pandemic shall be provided a one-time ratification incentive of $1,500, and relief employees would receive $500, which would be prorated based on their FTE factor. And then they must be on payroll at the time that the payroll is actually paid in order to be eligible for that payment. The retention incentive was changed as well. So it used to be that employees would receive at 10 years, they would receive, and it varied before in different MOUs, but everyone would start at 10 years in the past. This time we're going to start at 5 years. And for anyone who's listening, part of that is the retention. Right now we see people necessarily who don't always stay that 10, 15, 25, and we have many employees now who have over 30 years experience. Not to mention that when we hire many times to compete with our neighbor counties, we're hiring them within our 5 steps. Many times we hire them, say, at the C step. So once they get to that E step, they top out. That means that now at 5 years, if there are no COLAs and no equity adjustments, an employee has an incentive to stay in there because they would see an increase. And it gives us a little bit better ability to compete with some of our neighboring counties as well. So the cafeteria language in here is changed because, as we had brought to your board previously, we are moving from CalPERS Health to Prism Health. And the educational reimbursement policy, we will be bringing that before your board. It has gone before the unions for them to meet and confer. They've agreed to it. So the language is contained in this MOU that refers to that new policy that your board will be getting in the next board meeting. The total cost for this proposal for this fiscal year is $910,000, and it has an effective date of November 7th. And then for the annual cost is $910,000 for a full year, and for this year it's $553,000. The ratification incentive for the American Rescue Plan is approximately $210,000. And of course, we always say approximately because it depends on who's on payroll at the time. Also depends on what positions are filled. And with that being said, staff is requesting that your board would approve this MOU.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, truly, for all the hard work that you and your staff and HR have done to bring us to this point. And thank you also to the representatives of the Deputy Sheriff's Association and their membership for working with the county and getting to this point. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Brandon, any questions?
No questions, a comment.
Okay.
I have a comment, but I guess I can wait till
right now.
Sorry, we
I
can.
thought you were holding it for a separate section.
No, that's okay. If you, we can do public comments and then bring it back to the board for comments if there are no other questions. Is there any public comment? Anyone calling in? Okay, now bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brennan, take it away, please.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it very short. We've been in bargaining for quite a while, and I think one of the number one things I'm contacted about are, our public safety officers, the public safety of Jamestown, Columbia, and a lot of issues they end up going out to address. I want to thank the DSA reps. I'm really happy to see this on the table here, and the changes being offered in this contract. I think are putting us on the right track to ensure that we can attract and retain these critical public safety positions to be able to, protect our community. And that has been a serious issue brought up for many years by the sheriff, by our law enforcement partners. So I'm really proud to see us hopefully adopting and moving forward with this. And thanks to everybody that was involved with it. To my knowledge, I think this is the biggest investment and the biggest increase in this critical vacancy issue that at least has happened in recent memory, and potentially ever there. It doesn't completely solve what we need to do, but it's a massive step for this year.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yes, so I'll echo what Supervisor Brandon said. It's critically important that we have enough officers, out there, especially on the beats, and looking at the issues that the sheriff has been dealing with over a fairly long period of time, both in recruitment and in retention. And so just being able to put a package out there that will hopefully attract some new candidates and will get our vacancies filled and get more officers out there on the beats as well as in the other critical positions within the system. So I'm glad to see that we're able to move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to make a couple statements. First of all, regarding the ARP funding, when $1,500 sounds like a chunk of change, but and it is, because if you extend that to all the employees, it's around over $1 million. So I'll just come out and say I do, and I did, and I still do have an issue with what $1 million could do. So throughout the process, I've been against using that small number per employee when I think more could be done with the $1 million. When we're talking about the years of service at 20, if you got 25 years in at 20%, that to me is a very big number. And while the number may be justified, the reason why I don't support it is because I've asked for similarity comparisons between other counties, and I haven't received that information to make an informed decision. So when I look at this, I don't know what it is in comparison to, and I've asked for that and I haven't received it. So it's hard for me to make an informed decision without all the information. When it comes to the 10% specifically for sheriff, while I do believe it is a step in the right direction, I'm of the mindset, and I made it clear that I don't want to kind of half-ass the problem. I want to fix it. We have a lot of problems, but the sheriff's department is a critical position. When you call 911, your life's on the line. You want staff. You want to make sure that they're there, that they're trained, that they are competent. And I think 10% is a good step in the right direction, but I think it's not going to solve the problem. I am interested to hear what the sheriff has to say at a future date as far as if he is still retaining officers on the 10% raise, but we're still behind the curve, and I would have liked to see more of a number towards that area. So my question to council is, when we vote on this, is it able to be sectioned out as far as ARP and years of county service and pay, or is it all one decision?
It's all one decision.
Okay. So that is my comment.
Any other comments?
I don't have a comment. I'd like to move on it.
Okay.
I'd like to move on adopting Resolution 106.21, approving Amendment Number 7 to the 2017 to 2019 Deputy Sheriff's Association MOU, based upon the settlement package proposal of September 29th, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay. And I did want to make one comment before we move to the vote. Just to clarify, we had some of the questions that I've received. We had a large number of people in this room talking about ARP, talking about budgeting, and asking for the board to take a strong stance in support of law enforcement. And I think that's what this represents. And I know it was very frustrating to members of the community that were demanding for these types this type of gesture toward our law enforcement, not just law enforcement, but using law enforcement as a broad term, encompassing our deputies, our jail staff, probation, and the other important groups that keep us safe. They were asking, why aren't we doing something right here, right now about that? And there's a process to go through to bargain with the Deputy Sheriff's Association so that we're meeting our obligation as responsible stewards of taxpayer money, while at the same time making sure that we're able to provide those important services to the community to keep our citizens and our neighbors and our friends safe. I think that we achieved that, and it wasn't easy, and it took a long time, and it took, as it says here, it says MOU amendments number 7. That means that we went through this process 7 times in order to both meet our obligations as fiduciaries and overseeing taxpayer money, and then also to provide for the safety of our citizens. So I'm just really grateful for being able to work with our staff and with the DSA and its membership to bring us to where we are now, to where I think we are going to be able to shore up some of these deficiencies that we've had over the past few years. So anyway, that was all I wanted to say. I just wanted to, I know that we had a lot of people asking questions and wanting to see quick action on behalf of the board, and these things take time, and so now we're at that point where we're taking the action. So just to clarify for people.
And I appreciate that. I think what I'm simply trying to say is the bargaining and things that we've done behind closed doors, my stance hasn't changed even here today as we vote. So I'm just being transparent with the way I operate and speak. And I do think this is a direction in the right manner, but there's some things that I've brought up that from number 1 of that 7 bargaining unit process I have disagree with or wanted more information now on and haven't received or still disagree with. So I support the whole board. I mean, I can count to 3. Again, this is a good step in the right direction, but I brought up 3 of my concerns and just being myself along the way.
All right, thank you. Well, nobody would expect you to be anything other than being yourself. Okay, and I'm apologies. I'm the one that got in the way of the motion. So there was a motion by Supervisor Haff and second by Supervisor Goldenberg. If there's no other discussion, I will call for the vote. Ms. Ryan, would you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
No.
Supervisor Haff?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Kirk voting no. Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the next one, item 18.
Item number 18, consideration of adopting Resolution 107-21, approving Amendment number 7 to the 2017-2019 Tuolumne County Management Association Memorandum of Understanding based upon the settlement package proposal of September 29, 2021.
All right, good afternoon. So this next item is your management association. And what you and others will see in these memos is very consistent, similar language in each one of those. And of course, as I have said, the more, and you've heard in other instances as well, the more simple we make it, the easier it is to administrate. You can imagine payroll trying to do 7 different bargaining units down in payroll. The more that we make everything consistent, the easier it is when you're trying to do that. So the term of this MOU also goes through November 1st of 2022. All classifications in this MOU shall receive a COLA effective November 7th. The individuals within the management classification all were offered and accepted a 3% COLA. The only thing that would be different in this group is when it comes to compaction, and you will see that in your exhibit or attachment number Schedule 1, where it shows you which individuals are actually affected by compaction. For those who are listening, compaction is an item within our MOUs that require so many pay ranges between supervisory staff. For example, if you're supervising, there's different levels. Sometimes it's 10% higher, which would for us is 20 ranges. So we need to make sure we maintain that, as that is something that was bargained and agreed to previously.
So just to clarify, it looks like the recommendation.
Yeah, well, I'll get to that.
Okay.
I'm aware of it. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
So all permanent employees, also in this, your item number 3 is another of the settlement proposal, is if they ratified the contract by a certain date, they would receive the $1,500 per each permanent employee and $500 for each relief employee. They must be on payroll at the time that these payments are made. If someone were to come on later, they would not be eligible. The retention incentive pay, just like what you saw in DSA, what I forgot to mention on that one is it used to be 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. What we've done here is just moved them up. So everyone is eligible at 5 years, but there is no increase at 30 years. So it kind of put that cost up a little bit sooner. The other item, number 5, is the cafeteria language, which your board had previously approved to leave CalPERS Health and go to Prism Health. And again, the education reimbursement article, it refers to the policy that we will bring to your board in a subsequent board meeting. The total annual cost for these increases are $455,000. And then for this fiscal year, it's $277,000. And the cost for about 83 FTEs for the, the ARP funding is $125,000. And it includes part-time that we knew were on payroll at that time. So at the bottom, as Supervisor Goldenberg was pointing out, it does say, instead of it where it says it is recommended that your board adopt the attached resolution and approve amendment number 7 for the 2017-19 Deputy Sheriff Association, that should say for the CTMA or the Management Association of Memorandum of Understanding. And of course, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? No. Okay. Is there any public comment?
Are you on? There we go. As an aside comment, increasing the sheriff's salary, you did manage to steal away a Sonora PD employee to become one in the sheriff's department. I didn't think this was very much for your management team, but that's just me. And because I've sat here and watched you, I don't know if they were both executives, but you gave 15% to be able to hire people before, and people saw that.
Any more public comment? All right. Okay, bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
Quick discussion or quick comment. Same thing, council. This can't be broken up by ARP, county service time. It's all one, correct?
Right.
Okay. So, and I want to make this clear because I didn't on the last item to staff. It might sound harsh when I say $1,500 is a chunk of change for anybody. I want to make it clear that what I mean by I don't think we should be using ARP funds for bonuses for staff is it's about $1 million that we could use potentially to be very pointed in some other deficiencies or areas. And so it's when I have constituents, I'm not able to give out $1,500 ARP checks to constituents. So that's kind of how I think of it in my mind. But back to this item, I do support excluding those 2 items. I don't want to hold it up with a no vote. I do support the process and the bargaining that took place, so I will support this item. So I will make a motion for number 18 for manager salaries.
And we have a motion from Supervisor Kirk, and just to clarify, so it suffices. Could we get a clarification from County Council? What exactly is the motion? Because the recommended, just so we can have the exact language.
Sure. The motion is to approve the resolution, which is
107-21.
correct. Approving amendment number 7 to the 2017-2019 Tuolumne County Management Association Memorandum of Understanding.
I'll second that.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. Call for the vote. Ms. Ryan?
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, on to item 19.
Item number 19, consideration of adopting Resolution 108-21, approving Amendment Number 7 to the 2017-2020 Tuolumne County Executive Confidential Unit Compensation Plan based upon the settlement package proposal of October 19, 2021.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, this one also is very similar in what your board has already seen. So this would be another amendment, not amendment, this would take the term of the compensation plan for your executive unit to November 6, 2022. This would give everyone within that unit a 3% COLA and would be effective November 7th. Also provides a ratification incentive of $1,500 per each full-time employee and $500 for each part-time employee. You'll see again the same language with our longevity, so we've moved them up. Again, no incentive at 30 years, but it starts at 5, so we have a 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25. The language to move from CalPERS Health to Prism Health is also within this compensation plan. The Juneteenth holiday that the president signed into law this last year is included as well, and that will be fixed in the other MOUs as well when we go back and do some MOU cleanup. And that is because our ordinance says that we will follow federal law when it comes to holidays, and that's why Juneteenth has been added in. Also takes the personal time off cash out, so the PTO cash out from 200 hours to 240 hours per fiscal year. To be clear, it's not increasing the number of hours that these employees accrue, just allows them to cash out an additional 40 hours of what they're able to do right now. With that being said, the annual cost for this package would be $210,000. The cost for this fiscal year is approximately $128,000. The ratification incentive for 44 FTEs is approximately $66,000. It is recommended that your board would adopt the attached resolution and approve amendment number 7 for the 2017-20 Executive Compensation Plan.
So I'd like to just ask for a point of clarification, and I think this kind of goes along with Supervisor Kirk's concerns. The funding on any of these packages, whether the COLA or the 1,500, does it necessarily have to come out of certain funds? I mean, we can decide where we want to fund that from. Is that correct?
So yes, your board has the authority and the discretion to use what we put away in our contingencies, and or what was put, what you have left from your American Rescue Plan. I will, as you see in here, it's something that has been important to your employees, that they see some of that ARP come to them in the form of a payment, but your board does have discretion to use all of this could come out of contingencies. We will not bring the budget item for this until we do mid-year. The reason is right now there are sufficient appropriations in each of the cost centers to absorb this impact, but we will need to make an adjustment when we bring the mid-year budget, and then we'll have a better idea of where everyone's at and when the payroll actually kicks in. But for your question, Supervisor Goldenberg, you have discretion.
And I appreciate that, because we may see down the road here, a little bit when we get to mid-year, that we may want to deviate from this, initial discussion a little bit. I'm just concerned that we don't necessarily set a precedence that the employees get it this year, that they automatically would expect to get it next year with the next round, and so that's something that I think needs to be discussed. Thank you.
I don't recall I don't believe I asked for public comments, so I'll do that now if there's no other questions. Any public comment? All right, bring it back to the board. More discussion or a motion?
I don't need to ask the same questions because we've asked them twice, but I'm not going to hold this one up as well. If we could sort it out, I would, but based on our discussions, I agree with the recommendation, so I would move on number 19, executive salaries.
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Ms. Ryan, would you please call for our roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Hack.
Aye.
And Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, so on this, so we're on to item 20. So would you please read item 20 for us, and then I have to leave.
Item number 20, consideration of adopting Resolution 109-21, approving Amendment Number 7 to the 2017-2021 Tuolumne County's Attorneys Association Memorandum of Understanding based upon the settlement package proposal of October 19, 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. So my wife is employed by the Tuolumne County Public Defender's Office, and so I'm recusing myself from discussion of this agenda item.
Take it away.
Okay, so this is the November. This is the attorney unit, and this once again has very similar language in it. The compensation plan for your attorneys would go through November 6, 2022. Everyone within this unit would receive a 3% COLA, and it would be effective November 7th. All permanent employees would receive a ratification incentive of $1,500 for full-time employees and $500 for part-time employees. The retention incentive pay, just like you've seen in the other three, was moved from that 10 up to 30 years to 5 and tops out at 25 years. The cafeteria plan, once again, we, as your board voted, with leaving CalPERS Health and going to Prism Health. The Juneteenth holiday has also been added into this MOU. PTO, their annual accrual limits have been reduced by 80 hours per year in exchange for a 4% salary increase. So just to repeat that for those who are listening, so they are giving up a actual recurring benefit that they are due based on previous bargaining, and they are giving that up in exchange for a 4% salary increase. The next one is attorney leave, which is 80 hours per fiscal year, shall have a cash value, meaning that they're able to cash that out if they so choose. So with that being said, the annual cost for this package is $66,000 with an effective date of November 7th. For this fiscal year, it would be about $40,000 for this compensation plan, not an MOU. The ratification incentive for 8 full-time employees is approximately $12,000. With that being said, we're recommending that your board adopt the attached resolution and approve Amendment Number 7 for the 2017 to 2021 Tuolumne County Attorney's Unit Memorandum of Understanding.
All right, I'm going to start with Supervisor Brandon. Do you have any questions? Not hearing him. Oh, go ahead.
Hello?
I can hear you.
I said, no, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions from the board? No? Public comment? All right, we'll bring it back to the board. I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 109-21, approving Amendment Number 7 to the 2017 to 2021 Tuolumne County Attorneys Association Memorandum of Understanding based upon the settlement package proposal October 19th, 2021.
Okay. Second?
I'll second.
Oh, got a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Brandon, and I am still the same of the other 3 matters. I wish we could divvy out the ARP and the continuous service, but I'm not going to hold up a vote based on those 2 items. I think this was done correctly. And thank you, CAO, for fielding some of my questions last night regarding this. So with that being said, we'll do roll call. Start over here. Supervisor Goldberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
And I am aye as well. So 4 ayes with Supervisor Campbell abstained and passes 4-0. All right, buddy.
That joke gets funnier every time you tell it. Okay, so with item 20 completed, I think the last thing we have is a closed session item. And so what I'm going to suggest is we do reports before we do our closed session item. Would you care to start us off, Ms. Riggs?
Yes, thank you. As your board is aware, I went on a vacation with my family and just wanted to say thank you to all those who covered for me. Thank you to the board for your support for me to get away. It was much needed, and we were able to visit some really beautiful places in both Utah and in Arizona. So I know that in my absence, there were definitely lots of questions, and I have all the faith in the world in my coworkers in my office, and thank you to them for taking that on while I was gone. That's it.
Okay, County Council? Board Clerk?
Thank you. I wanted to take this opportunity to remind the public again that our next board meeting will have public comment available through Zoom. The public participation procedures and the website will be updated along with our social media, and a press release will go out tomorrow with this information. We will have our main line available if there are questions on how to use the new comment services. However, our 6581, or shall I say 209-533-6581 phone number will not be available for public comment going forward. So please do familiarize yourself with Zoom and these options for public comment. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Okay, I think that's everyone there. Supervisor Goldenberg, would you like to start?
Okay, report. Fire Safe Advisory Committee meetings. Been very busy between the main meeting as well as I'm on 2 subcommittees, and we've been parsing those out. A lot of things, as we discussed today, similar to the siren and other issues that are coming up. Participated in a second Blue Zone meeting. Very good discussion just regarding general county concerns and where they might go with Blue Zone in the county. I'm very supportive of that. Had, just a normal constituent meetings. Did have a meeting with a group called Civic Post. They do a lot of local community research. And so I filled out a couple of their surveys, and we had a nice conversation as well, a follow-up. City of Sonora participated in the city council meeting last night. Same that I normally do, first Monday of the month. Council member Jim Garavanta and I had a good discussion this past week, and it was a good long discussion. We talked about many things, about areas where the city and the county could collaborate and work on some things. Some upcoming things that we're looking at, would like to see more involvement with the city is climate action, energy planning, where we can or cannot go in those areas. I had some discussions with CDD Director Quincy Yelly about that, and try to bring the city in whenever possible. Homeless discussions, we'd like to look to see if there might be some opportunities where we can collaborate with the city, including what could we do or not do, sharing the resources, funding. That's something really for the homeless commission to look at, but, the city has the upcoming Stewart House project with ATCA, but there may be other opportunities. And being as the city has, quite a bit of homeless population and problems that also affect the county, where can we go with that? They're resurrecting their Vision Sonora Committee. It's been kind of dormant for a period of time. And they got a couple of new members on there, Lori Lehman and Charles Segestrom. And so looking forward to seeing that committee become active again. And the city just made a decision recently, and I think they acted upon it again last night, for their emergency services director, so similar to our OES director position, that transitioning from the mayor to the city administrator. And, that's something that maybe we as a county can look at. There's some good aspects to that, taking some of the politics out and having people that are in those positions. Other than that, that's pretty much what I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Heff or Kirk, whoever.
Thank you. Starting with most recent and moving back, I attended yesterday the Tuolumne County Drought Relief and Water Resilience Workshop that was given out at Evergreen Lodge, led by Regina Hirsch of Watershed Progressive. And it was basically a show and tell workshop. The first hour or so was how to make your home and property more resilient even during a drought. And so it was very informative, and then they actually showed us on the property on Evergreen Lodge where they'd done some of those things that they were teaching us all about. So it was a very valuable workshop. On the weekend, I attended the Focus, which is Foothill Collaborative for Sustainability Potato Harvest. They do this every year. And it brings people out to show what can be done with agriculture with very little time and energy invested, and it's a valuable demonstration project as well. So last week we had our first meeting with a 3D house printing and construction company to review affordable housing using this new technology. And in attendance or invited were CDD staff, our Economic Development Director, our Tuolumne County Health and Human Services Director, Continuum of Care personnel, Habitat for Humanity, the Sonora Area Foundation Executive Director, myself, and Supervisor Brandon. It was a great meeting, and afterwards there were a few of us that toured a particular piece of property that has been permitted a long time ago to see how this new technology might work. And it does cost typically 40% less to build. So that was very exciting, and I hope more comes from this, and I'll keep you posted. I met by phone with Superintendent of Hetch Hetchy, Margaret Hannaford. I did an outreach to her because hearing about that there were possibilities of people on her staff being told not to come back to work, and she confirmed that for me. We had a great talk. She was thrilled to know that Tuolumne, it's late in the day, Tuolumne County is hiring. We've had quite a few positions that are open. We don't compete necessarily with the salary range that Hetch Hetchy pays, but if there are community members that want to stay in the community, I wanted them to know that we're hiring and to come check us out, either HR online or HR just come down, and I explained where that was. She was very happy and very receptive to hear this because it gave her something else to tell those employees that she had to say, don't come back to work on Monday. So that was a real good meeting. And besides my regularly assigned meetings, I attended the TCTC Strategic Planning Workshop, the Arts meeting in Mariposa County, and we also had an initial meat processing planning meeting between the County of Tuolumne and the County of Calaveras, and quite a few others involved in that meeting. I won't go into detail now, but hopefully something will come out of this that will lead to a feasibility study to see if it's practically possible to have a meat processing plant USDA approved, because there is money coming down for such things, and it would address some of the supply chain issues we've had. Just a reminder again, hopefully you're not tired of hearing about it, but I want everybody to rally around this Christmas tree tomorrow. That happens at the fairgrounds between 5 and 7. And if folks want to line up before that, between 4 and 5, either on Washington Street or on Stockton Street, I know the City Chamber of Commerce is handing out bells for people to ring as the tree goes by. And so I just want to make sure everybody has heard about it, and those that are interested, please come. Bring your flashlights. We do the social distancing, and bring your masks if you can't do that. And I think there will be sanitation stations strategically placed in the fairgrounds. Lastly, I have a reminder to the Groveland constituents that I'm still having drop-in meetings on Mondays at the Little House from 11 to 1. Please come down if you have a question, concern, or something you want to talk to me about. You don't need a meeting time. You just drop in between those hours. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Kirk.
Regular meetings, commissions, I'll talk about two things. The first one is I did go up to Dodge Ridge and meet with the owner again, had a pretty long conversation, got a tour. There's some really great things happening up there. So when we talk about economics, it'd be good for the county, but looking at long-term planning for mountain biking, they're kind of retrofitting Dodge Ridge, going to kind of make it more of a resort-type atmosphere, so hopefully attract some great things. There's a ton of folks who come up there a lot more during the summer than in the winter, so they're going to come up with some game plans on how to touch into those economics more, as far as like the mountain biking and some other things that they're discussing for the summertime. They're also looking into some snowmaking. So hopefully earlier, longer seasons. So the snowmaking process, because my grandfather actually looked into this several years ago, but there's issues with water flow and where you get the water from and where it disperses to. But they're talking about building some tanks so they can capture their own water, create their own snow on a few different areas or slopes right there in the front. So the whole gist of it is to get employment going earlier, get folks up there earlier. They're also talking about snow park play. As we all know, that place is a mess during the winter. Leland Meadows can't even take nearly all of the folks. So they're working right now with the U.S. Forest Service to try and get a permit. They have an area where they can offer snow play to hopefully get those people out of the roads, out of Strawberry, stop crapping all over the place. I mean, it's a mess. So potentially in the future, maybe there might be an option where we could write a letter of support for Dodge Ridge to the U.S. Forest Service just as they go through this process. But they really forward thinking. They're really excited to do some new things, and their staff are excited. So I encourage any of you guys who haven't met him to make an appointment. Carl's a great guy. The only other thing I want to bring up is I'm sure some of you guys saw it, and I wanted to explain it real quick. For the newer board, we've been dealing with, or the newer board members, we've been dealing with the insurance issue for years. Basically 2015 with premiums and whatnot. We had Ricardo Laura, the insurance commissioner, come up. I think it was the first few months that we were elected. He did that town hall. And so I met some of his staff. I've stayed in contact with them. Basically, it's frustrating. I get a lot of insurance brokers who are reaching out. There's so many cancellations. Just our premiums are going through the roof. So I've been discussing, there really haven't been any solutions pitched. I think it's SB 11, which is basically procrastinating the cancellations by a year or two. It helps, but it's not really a solution. And I'm not pointing the finger, blaming anybody, but I've been talking with some folks about some potential solutions. Also talked with Assessor Recorder Kenan Whitman, who has some great ideas. And what I wanted to relay to the board was I got some information. We were already working on a letter. My plan was to kind of bring that letter to the board, have the full board speak into it, see if we could get the full board to send it. But we got some information on some stuff coming up, and so that's why I jumped on sending it to Ricardo Laura's office immediately, because there was discussion about there potentially being some ideas for solutions. We wanted to make sure that we got that letter in immediately. So I did speak with his deputy. They are entertaining some of the solutions that we brought forward. It's actually going around their legal desk. It's being discussed with some of their legislators. And what it really has done is it's opened up a door with myself and his office and some other folks, is just to really have relationship so that we can be a sounding board for ideas. I am inviting him to come to our county to see all these fire breaks, to see everything we're doing, to try and get him to understand some of the reasoning behind that letter. So all that to say, in the future, if more things come about, I will keep the board informed. I'd rather us as a full board be in full understanding of what's going on, and if there's any way we can support each other and support that messaging to the state, I want to do that. But I just want to kind of bring you guys in on it, and hopefully it does pick up some steam within his office. But I think there's room for improvement as far as trying. It's okay to have an idea, or it's okay to have bad ideas, but the main thing is we got to be floating ideas. We got to be trying to affect change, because we're losing. And here's the scary part: the fair plan, or the unfair plan, they're proposing a 43% rate increase. So we really have to start coming up with solutions, because I'm telling you right now, if I get a 43% increase on my plan, like it's going to be devastating. It's going to blow up from a medium-sized car payment to like an Escalade car payment, which is, I'm going to have to cut in so many other areas of my life. So anyways, it's the same across the board. We all understand the issue at hand, but I want to bring it to your attention, and hopefully as things slow down a little bit, try and get more of us involved, and as a board, be more unified as we send these conversations to the state. So that's it.
Thanks very much. Supervisor Brandon.
Yep. So I had a couple meetings with constituents, including somebody that was looking to try and find a place to live, as we know that's very difficult. I got them in touch with some people, and now they're on the path to potentially getting a local house and improving their credit, which is really great. And I want to encourage anybody listening, if you need help with anything like that, while we do have a challenging situation, I think your elected representatives are more than willing to try and help connect you with people, and feel free to reach out and at least explore those options and know what's available. Had my first initial meeting with the Blue Zones group with Adventist Health, and we had a great water policy meeting as well, discussing with local districts how we can be able to better work together, as well as some updates on the drought task force. Had a presentation to Rotary up the hill, which was a great couple-hour Q&A and discussion on a lot of important issues. That was a really good time. We pretty much covered a lot of what the county is dealing with, and also talking about everything from homelessness to insurance to housing to our code compliance efforts, and what has been a lot of accomplishments this year. I wanted to thank Supervisor Half for the meeting with Emergent 3D, which is really an innovative housing provider. It's very cool to see directly from the conference, having them up here to review the area. We did the site visit. Thank you for putting that together. It was a really great meeting. It had a lot of fun out on Boo Boulevard in Columbia. Last year, I was handing out candy in Jamestown, so I rotated it up. It was out in front of Brown's Cafe and handed out about 3 gigantic apple picking buckets full of candy. There must have been 1,000 kids there. It was a really fun time, and really enjoyed that. And then was able to tour a local business later that's opening up in Columbia. There's a few going there. And so I'm really happy to see, after COVID and all the stress, business owners and investors still coming in with ideas looking to add to our economy. I wanted to advertise a little bit that at noon tomorrow with OES Coordinator Dory Beats, I will be hosting a live stream about the aftermath of the Washington fire and some final updates on what's happening, just to be able to know what happened, what the last reports and investigations said, and how we're moving forward on that. So we'll be answering a few questions. Anybody that leaves a comment there, I'll try to afterwards be able to get you an answer for that. But just to be able to keep everybody informed about how we're moving forward with that. And that's all for my updates.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Brandon. I I'm going to see if I can edit this. I have a fair amount to talk about. So one thing I wanted to bring back to this board is that I had mentioned last time was the possibility of entering a maintenance agreement with Caltrans. They are making I forget how many $1 billion. They've put a lot of money into the Clean California program, which is an effort to clean up trash and improve the aesthetics of roadside, our state public highway system. In addition to that, some of that money is going to clean up and deal with some of these homeless encampments. So we made overtures and approached, or actually I think maybe they called us. I can't remember who called. Somebody called first, and so we were in discussions with Caltrans about that. We do have a maintenance agreement currently in place through the sheriff's office, and this program is more geared toward that kind of thing, because what they had basically told us is that they would not fund additional positions within public works or code compliance or any of the groups that would within the county to that would do some of the work that we're talking about. What they had said is they would just reimburse us for cost, and that doesn't really work for us very well, I don't think, and the public works director agrees, because that would only work if we had people sitting on their hands not doing work, and we didn't have enough work for our own crews to do, and which obviously we all know that's not the case. So what we're doing is we're going back to Caltrans and kind of coming up with a model. Well, this is what would work for us. What do you think about this? Because the standard maintenance agreement doesn't really work for our situation. But so that's one possibility. The other is going the route with the sheriff, where, you know, we've been talking about developing a vegetation crew, something to offset the loss of the baseline crews that we have in Tuolumne County, and adding a trash pickup element to that, where there would be trash pickup along county roads as well as the state highway system, and Caltrans would help fund that. That's a possibility as well that we're also looking at. So we're kind of trying to attack this. There's a lot of money that's coming into Caltrans, but I hope they're not listening right now. It is a very large state organization, and there are a lot of rules and a lot of levels that you have to go through to get to an agreement. So we're kind of on the path of doing that right now. One observation that I made just looking at my calendar was I have met with no less than 7 supervisors from our neighboring counties of Alpine, Mariposa, and Calaveras over the past week and a half. And it just kind of got me thinking just right now. I'm really happy with the level of collaboration that I think our board, and me in particular, that we've been able to have with our neighbors. I don't know that it's ever been this way in Tuolumne County before. We're in a mountainous area. We tend to be isolated, but I think our county has an extremely good collaboration and communication with the supervisors of our neighboring counties. So that was just an observation that I had. Attended the TCTC strategic work, the Transportation Council strategic workshop with Supervisor Heff. We talked about kind of long-term needs, the way people consume transit. So getting from point A to point B is changing, and we're trying to change with it. And part of that is we're experimenting with purchasing smaller vehicles, going off of the fixed route system where you have, buses that end up in certain places at certain times, and going more to the dial ride model where it's more of an on-demand service system. It's in flux right now, and we're trying to develop a way forward that gets us through into the future and provides for the transit needs of our county. I can skip that. Okay. I want to talk about our fire committee. Where we got news, I think the other board members have heard this. I don't know if it's in the public yet, but we have been included as part, the Washington fire has been included into the governor's proclamation of a state of emergency. What that means for our county is that we can be reimbursed for a portion of the costs that we incurred in fighting that fire, and we'll be able to help get more aid and services to those people that were affected. We're still kind of looking into what some of the benefits of that are, but we're very glad that we were included in the governor's proclamation for that. Attended the YARTS meeting virtually with Supervisor Half. And something that I also wanted to echo what Supervisor Half said about the jobs. There are a lot of really great jobs within the county. I've gotten people to work here with us in the past, and now is a better time than I think ever to work for the county. It's a great place to have a career, and I think she and I are both living examples of that. So the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council met last week. One of the things that group is developing that'll come before the board is so DJJ realignment, which is Department of Juvenile Justice, requires a realignment plan every year. That group is essentially what they're working on is creating that realignment plan, and the deadline for that is January, and so hopefully we'll be getting that to the board very soon. So that should be something coming before the board. Purpose of that is to be able to apply for a lot of the grants that help youthful offenders and do a lot of these additional programs beyond what the county provides through its services. Last thing I'll mention is I met with the residents of Crystal Falls during the Crystal Falls Association meeting, and we talked about some of the grants and potential grants and future fire fuels reduction opportunities available through the Fire Safe Council. And I also gently kind of nudged them in the direction of looking at in starting a Firewise community. And so getting the conversation started there, I think that it was well received, and I think you have a lot of people there that really care about their community and want to see it thrive. And the last thing I wrote down was county snow play, because of what Supervisor Kirk said. I have always wanted our county to set up a snow play area at some point, so I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm on board with that. Whether we can work out a deal with the Forest Service or whatever, charge, Flatlanders $10 to go play in a pile of snow, I think we should figure out a way to do that. So, yeah, put out, have people play in the snow and just have them pay for it instead of leaving it for us to deal with. Okay, that is all my reports, and thank you very much, everyone. We are going to go into closed session. We have one closed session item. Ms. Ryan, would you please read that for us?
Item number 21, closed session, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, Ann Fremd, Human Resources and Risk Manager, Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director, Wendy Hoffman-Brady, Assistant Health and Human Services Agency Director, and Kimberly Phipps, Director of Employee Development. Her title was updated after the publishing of this agenda. Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay. Is there any public comments? All right. Bring it back. Do we expect any report out? Okay, no reports out. All right, so we're going to go into closed session, after which time we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great day. And we'll see you at the Capitol Christmas tree tomorrow at 5. Bye-bye.